hopefully that audio isn't isn't going to be too loud. Let's do this. Quality of that camera's not that great. Technical issues. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowski, and once again today we are going to celebrate the artwork that you have created and potentially give a little bit of feedback to improve on those artworks, because usually that's what people are trying to do, is trying to get a little bit better. But often we're just celebrating great work because you guys are doing so great. I've spent the past, 10 or so hours going through the Facebook group and putting all the images together, and I'm blown away by what I've seen. I'm super excited to share that with everyone. So let's jump into things. Just a quick little... Actually, I'll just show you. So this is the plan for today's episode. We're going to talk about the most recent artworks that you've done based on some of the most recent classes that we've done. And then afterwards, we're going to look at your paintings. And then we're going to look at your drawings. And I'm also, actually, even before we do this, I'm going to catch up on the last episode that I didn't completely finish either. I know, Barbara, you were waiting patiently, and then I had to run at the very end to pick my daughter up from school. So we'll do all that here as well. And of course, there'll be timestamps in the playlist down below that you can jump to those favorite parts. Everything is going to be arranged usually by your first name, assuming that's how you go on Facebook. Just before we do that, just to consider liking, subscribing, hitting the notification bell. Surprisingly, about 60% of people who watch these feedback episodes are not subscribers. So that means that there's tens of thousands of people that watch this particular aspect of the channel regularly that aren't subscribers. So maybe you just forgot. Just hit that little button. It makes a huge difference for people like me because it helps the algorithm reach more people. And after all, my goal in life is to help spread the power of art. As I have said many times, the more and more people who are making art, the better and safer and happier our world would be. Imagine if all of our world leaders were taking art classes and learning to play violin and sing and dance as opposed to thinking about how to kill one another, right? So supporting the channel with just a little click of a button can make a huge difference. So, oh look, there's Pascal Jacobus is in the chat. Also, if you want to support the channel with a small donation, $2, $3, $5, something like that, to help pay for the lights and the power, the internet, all that kind of stuff, it helps encourage me to continue doing these year after year as we go on to approaching year 6 of this channel, or of these Master Study episodes. So if you donate via PayPal, this is what the page will look like when you arrive, and you can safely donate to the channel. Other ways you can support the channel is an e-transfer or check in the mail, or using the YouTube you could do that, or you can also donate via the YouTube Super Chat while the channel or the live stream is live. I've been so busy getting ready that that first sip you saw was my first sip of tea for the day. So there we go. That's what we needed. And then, of course, I strongly encourage you to join the Facebook group, because everything we're about to see here was uploaded exclusively to the Facebook group. And I know many of you only have Facebook just for the express purpose of posting your images to participate in these feedback episodes. So consider joining the Facebook group. It's also a super supportive community, because I'm so busy these days. I don't often have a chance to answer questions when people post them, but there's so many people who've been with me for years that already know exactly what I'm going to say and put it in the comments of posts on there, and also support one another. It's so beautiful. It makes me so happy. I love that there's people from all over the world who are at various different stages in their creative journeys. And yeah, just strongly encourage you to join that group. Even if you're not quite ready to share your work on the Facebook group, I think just joining that group, seeing what people are posting, seeing the wonderful feedback people are giving, and that's also a way to contribute. Sometimes maybe you're not feeling ready to upload your work, but you are looking at what people have posted, and then you're giving people some kudos, some likes, and nice comments. Then you think like, I feel like this isn't so stressful. It's not so bad. I think I'm ready to take that leap. Because the vast majority of people who belong to that group, that as we approach 1,800 people, are not uploading their work, right? So not everybody is there yet. And so I certainly give a lot of kudos to anybody who has the courage to upload their work and share it with the public, like in these episodes. Because again, that inspires other people to maybe pick up a paintbrush or a pencil for the first time and take some of the classes that are all free here on the YouTube channel. So I think you're not only helping yourself get better and learn, but you're also inspiring other people to do the same. So congratulations and thank you to everyone for supporting the channel and being so active on the Facebook group. Oh my goodness, look at all the comments pouring in here. There's Shubham and Deborah. Deborah says, "Hi Michael, thanks for doing this. I was so hesitant to share these past pieces. There were such struggles." Well, again, that's, Deborah, you've been so diligent about uploading things in the past. You're doing pretty fine, I think. And I just saw the last ones you just posted, and I think those are also pretty cool. So as this, artists, we're always our own worst critics. We always feel like it's never quite good enough. And I've shared many, many stories of many great artists over the years who feel the same way about their paintings, which you now consider to be masterpieces, but they were like, I don't know, it's so terrible. What have I done? And people are like, are you crazy? This is a masterpiece. Right? So even the greatest artists of all time also feel those feelings. Jacobus Furbait there in the chat. There's Barbara. Hi, Barbara. We'll get to your stuff right here in a second. Furbait says, Mark Zuckerberg's not going to get my data. Hybrid says, hello from France. Thank you, Michael, for everything. Oh, I love you guys. Okay, so let's what do I have anything else that I want to do? Okay. What was my, okay, yes, we were going to go back here. Okay. Now, those of you wondering, this is a new shirt that my daughter and I made a few weeks ago we've been, every once in a while I see like little bags and hats and shirts, sometimes at art supply stores like Michael's that are on sale. This is one that I had custom printed. That when I have painting clothes, often they get paint on them, and I'm like, why don't I deliberately paint on my clothes? And this is just a bag. I think I got this from Michael's on sale for like $5, and we just splattered it with paint. Very fun little activity. I've been promising a Jackson Pollock episode for a couple of years now. It's been on the list of things to do, but hopefully in the next couple of weeks, my daughter and I are going to show you how to do some Jackson Pollock works. So you'll get to see how to do some drip paintings here in a little bit here. Okay, let's just clear. Got the fan on, blowing things around. That's going to distract me, but okay. Sorry, Barbara. I'm getting warmed up here. Last episode, I had to leave suddenly. Not suddenly, I knew I had to leave, but I ran out of time. So I had to go pick my daughter up from school, and this is where we left off. Barbara, who'd been waiting for hours for me to talk about her work, was like, oh, after 4 hours, he has to go. So, I want to now spend a little bit of the time at the beginning of today's episode to catch up where I left off and to do honor to Barbara for this a number of great artworks we're about to see here. So, let's zoom in. What are we looking at here, Barbara? So this is the original, a photo from my goddaughter's November holiday, in the Forest of Dean in Gloucester, England. Okay, wow, that is a beautiful forest. Beautiful colors, okay. And then here's your version of it. Wow. That's amazing, Barbara. Seeing those two side by side is so wonderful. I mean, I think there's a couple of things that strike me as quite obvious that worth mentioning off the top. Is yours certainly has a higher saturation of colors, particularly in the trees, in the greens, right? That's not a good thing or a bad thing on its own, just pointing that detail out. Another thing that we'll see here is the background colors. The sky is also quite saturated, and it was a little bit cooler than the original, which is maybe a little bit more on the warmer side. Now, again, none of that's a problem at all. In fact, what we see here on the right is basically Barbara painting exactly according to the way that I like to teach, and using some of the color theory that I talk about, using warm and cool colors in your background, warm colors in the foreground. And I think it works beautifully. I think what I want to do now, well, actually, just before I move on, one thing to kind of think about is the difference between a photograph and a painting. So, and of course this gets way more complicated now with AI faking lots of images. We're being overwhelmed with this so-called AI slop, which I just love as a word, as a term. And so the camera does see things different than our eyes, right? Camera has one eye versus we have two eyes. Most of us do anyway. Some people even have a third one, right? So the camera sees different than we do, and often some of the same things we talk about with warm and cool colors aren't maybe as apparent in a photograph, and also often in photographs we can have pitch black in the background, and as you've probably heard me mention, often in a painting we want to reserve black for the foreground because it jumps forward. So kind of keeping that in mind, we see this in the photograph where we see some, some pretty dark black areas in the background here, versus what Barbara's done is a really good use of not putting black back here and using little bits of grays, or just kind of graying some of those colors out. So the reason why I think all of this works so well in a painting is we take photographs kind of for granted. Oh, that's real. Okay, I'm not going to ask any questions of this, although I think now we should, but just paintings have to kind of work on their own, because after all, it's just colored mud. And so sometimes we have to paint things a little bit different, or even, quote, wrong, to make it look right. And I think this is an instance where Barbara has done just that. Painted some of those colors, some of those values, value being the contrast between light and dark, a little bit, quote, wrong, in order to make the depth in this painting really work. So, I think this is a fantastic painting, Barbara. I mean, I would say, you know, potentially some people might feel like, you know, probably my teachers when I was in art school might say, these colors are a little bit bright, a little bit too saturated. You know, we can see in the original photograph, and this could sometimes also just be the limitations of the printer that you had, because after all, your inkjet or laserjet printer at home is only using 4 colors: the cyan, which is the cool blue, the magenta, which is our cool red, yellow, which is our cool yellow, and black. And now all that stands for is CMYK, right? And K being chromatic black instead of B, right? So often it can't kind of approach the same saturated colors as our painting does, which is why often you hear painters talk about, my art doesn't photograph very well. It doesn't look as good in print as it does in person. And people are like, oh yeah, so you're saying I've got to go see it in person. I've got to go fly across the country to go see a painting in person. And the answer is, yeah, really, it is a different experience seeing an artwork in person than it is online or in a book, right? And it's not just something artists say to get you to go buy something or travel to go see it, because art just photographs differently. There's limitations in the tools. You know, we're so advanced, but even our tools are still limited. So I would say, you know, potentially some might say that these colors are a little bit too bright. I think Barbara and anybody else who's been with me for a long time knows I love my bright colors. I love super saturated colors. Or maybe not super saturated, because those are generally what we would call like neon colors, like super artificial colors. That are very hard to reproduce. I mean, we can't really reproduce them with the palette that I like to use in these classes. You actually have to go buy like those super bright colors on your own, like those neon fluorescent colors. Great question, Furbait. I see out of the corner of my eye. I mean, I love this painting. I think it's a beautiful painting. I do feel, though, that potentially I wouldn't change it. First of all, I would say I think it was great. Don't change it. I would say maybe seeing this all together, that this blue sky, which is so radiant, could be slightly dialed down. And the way that we could just dial that down is just by adding a little bit of white into that blue in the background, and just, you know, calming it down, because it is so saturated that even cool colors, if they're really saturated, they do want to pull forward. They attract our attention. So, you know, there's lots of super saturated colors in this painting, and I think kind of like what you've done here on the right, by just adding a little bit of white or gray into these trees back there, and that helps push them backwards in the background. We could do that to the sky. I don't know. I think it's beautiful. Another thing that you could do is you could add a little bit of warm blue into the water here, as well as kind of towards the very top of the sky, kind of like what we're seeing in this painting here. So, or in the photograph, I mean, where especially as the sky kind of gets closer to it, right? So like the sky on the horizon is further away because that's, you know, as the Earth is curving, and you know that's on the, you know, as far away as possible, assuming you believe that the Earth is round, right? So the horizon is going to be further away and therefore colder, using cooler colors, versus as, you know, we go higher up, kind of above us, or towards, you know, towards our field of view, that's going to appear closer to us and therefore could be a little bit warmer. Again, not a big thing. I think you could keep this painting exactly the way it is, and I think it's fantastic. It's beautiful. I think a lot of people would love to have that painting in their house. I would encourage you to do more. There you go. Jacobus says, I want to reach this level one day. And Barbara says, it was a really dull photo. I'm not painting that. Furbate says, AI slop mentioned. I hate AI slop. Awesome, me too. Okay. Let's... Barbara says, I like your t-shirt. Good idea. I did the same with my shoes. Senga says, oh, hi Senga, I love that t-shirt, Michael. Furbate says, basically the job of an artist not to be satisfied with their work. I agree. Okay. Now I can't remember. Okay, so this, I think this was the original. I think Barbara posted this maybe almost a year ago. I'm slow doing these feedback episodes. Or maybe it was posted to the Facebook group, and I mentioned maybe calming down the sky, kind of like what I just said, and making it a little bit less saturated. And I think this is the second version. And I might have mentioned, I think on the Facebook group, I almost feel like it swung a little bit too far in the opposite direction. Now that the sky is much lighter, I almost feel like I want a little bit of that cool blue back in there, just to brighten it up. Because we see a little bit of that down here. We even see a little bit of it poking through the trees. So I think that could be done with just a little bit of glaze, taking your cool blue, a little bit of glazing fluid, and just do a couple quick little layers over this, like super transparent, like we're talking like 5%, 10% cool blue, just to bring a little bit of that color back in there. And there's Stephanie. Hi Stephanie. Again, Barbara, all of these works are fantastic, so I hesitate to say anything. Okay, so this is another one by Barbara. In fact, let's see. There's a few of these that you've done. Let's stick with the flowers for a second. And I think there's some new ones that you've done as well, Barbara. Wow, these are great. So these are all watercolors. Wow. And did you even put these little stickers? I love this idea. Oh, and you cut out a little window here on the card to make a little frame. I love that. That is great. Very cool. Hopefully. Yeah, that's beautiful. These are great, Barbara. I think these are really special. What I love about this is that there's a lot of freedom with the way that you're painting. Like, I like how the color goes over and outside the lines at times. I also like how the color, let's see, I'm try to find a good example, doesn't go right up to the lines. So, you know, often we hear like, don't color outside the lines, or I'm just going to go right outside the lines, right? I think another thing to think about, which we see Barbara doing here, is sometimes not going up to the lines at all. You know, a famous artist who did or didn't do that, I guess you could say, is Henri Matisse, one of my favorite artists of all time. Matisse often left kind of gaps between colors rather than trying to overlap them or have them kind of fit together, facet together like puzzle pieces. Often he'd leave these little gaps between the colors, and which is the kind of thing that some people are like, oh, look how lazy and sloppy this is. Like, oh my, couldn't he just have done an extra brush stroke there? I think anyone who's tried to do that, and I've done, I don't know, probably 10 Matisse episodes in the past, has realized, oh, it's so hard to resist the urge to fill in those little gaps. Or we feel like, you know, it's so hard to just leave it like that. So I think it takes a lot of patience, restraint, and ultimately confidence to be able to do that and be like, I know it's not filled in, but I'm going to leave it like that. I'm going to make it look, you know, maybe slightly unfinished. Kind of has a bit of kind of a, I guess the way that I almost think about it is, gives it a kind of a casual nature, that it feels sort of like, you know, I'm trying to think of what's just sort of, there's a freedom to that, like that it's just sort of not tossed off, because I've not, you know, often seen kind of derogatory way, but it just feels like it's very casual. Like Barbara is just like, I'm just gonna draw this masterpiece here, and just like, oh, where'd it go? Fell off my desk. Oh, I'll just make another one, right? So, which is one of those things that artists often spend a lifetime trying to do, is to try to get to that point where they can be so casual and just make it look like it was just you know, thrown together or something. I don't know. You know, it's like when, you know, some people spend, you know, like some people want to dress up in a way that makes them look like they just rolled out of bed, right? Sometimes my hair looks like that. But, you know, some people just roll out of bed, and some people spend an hour in the mirror trying to make it look like they just fell out of bed. So anyway, I think all of these are beautiful, Barbara. Let's look at, whoa, okay, wow. I think I forgot the caption that was on this. I'm not sure why. Oh, is it just to look at these little fairies there? Wow. That's nice. That's a nice little detail in the. I wouldn't even have seen that, I suppose, if you hadn't sent that little detail in. Wow. I don't know what's to say here. That is so beautiful. I'm trying to think, is there anything I could offer that could be of use, helpful? I like the little fairies there. I like how subtle they are, that if you're not really looking at them, they just sort of look like little flowers that are off on the side there. I do feel maybe the lollipop or magic wand that is very subtle. I'm just trying to think how you would, I don't know, I certainly wouldn't want to outline it, because then I think it really does look like a lollipop, which maybe it is, maybe it's a ball of energy at the end of a magic wand or something, or you know, maybe like it does look like there's a little bit of a glow around the edge. I might have amplified that a little bit, like maybe I would have changed that color of the glow from white to maybe a different yellow, like or maybe something completely different, like maybe it's like a very subtle pink glow, or a baby blue or a purple glow. I don't know. Just something to think about. That it, you know, taking a little bit of glazing fluid and just go around the edge and very quickly soften it out. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe it works that it is like. I mean, I love that the placement is right in, like. There's a really nice use of layering of shapes here, right? You've got the circle, the moon maybe in the background, this kind of tinted yellow with a lot of white in the background, and then you've got this tree, and then you've got the wand in front of it. So that's very smart because it helps separate it more from the background. So yeah, maybe that's fine. I think potentially there could have been a little bit of very subtle darker glaze. I wouldn't probably use black, but maybe just like a little bit of a warm blue or something, just to create a slight shadow on her wings there. Same thing like under her arm. Maybe not. And then I could also I'm trying to think how this works. It looks like, so this dress comes down, but it does sort of look like that is kind of folding forward, that white there. I might have, again, I could see a little bit of glaze just to kind of make this the right side of that dress just appear a little bit further in behind. Maybe. I don't know. I'm just nitpicking because I think this is so amazing. I'm just kind of like, how did... So I'm thinking like, man, Barbara, I think with a, you know, this would look great as like a book cover. Like, are you kidding me? This would look great as like a T-shirt or a poster or even a whole line of children's toys or animated TV show or something. This looks like the kind of thing that my daughter would love to watch endlessly on repeat. Okay, so that's great, Barbara. I'm so proud of you. Wow, that's cool. Okay, let's move on here. We got some stuff from Ari before we go to looking at more paint or the class work. Ari says, tiny postcard painting of my granny that I own. So wait a second, this is is this a painting that your grandmother painted? Or is this a painting that you made of something your grandma took a photograph of? I mean, either way, whoever painted this did a great job. I like how these turned out. Is that a reflection? Oh no, it's not framed. It's beautiful. I like this little image. That's cool. Great job. I could see this being a really nice little tutorial activity. Maybe that's what it was. Really nice job of the, looks like some watercolors maybe in the sky, or really thinned out acrylics. These are great. Wonderful. This is Ari's version of the J.R.R. Tolkien Reading Day that we did. This is, I don't know, probably 4 years ago we did this painting. I really like how this one turned out. I like that it really resonated with people. There's dozens of these that people have done. I love the trees. This is beautiful, Ari. Great job on kind of doing those subtle kind of changes, like the shadows there, how the bookmark is a little bit darker up there. Great job on the wood grain. Excellent. Let's just look in here. I love you got these guys on the barrels. I don't know, did I paint the barrels in my version? I can't even remember. Wow, looks great. Okay. Tetsuguro Yorohozu. This was very challenging. I made the executive decision to stylize the sea. Oh, cool. That looks great. Works really well. What else could I say here? I don't know. I feel like this is pretty close to the original. Yeah, I mean, I can't remember how I painted the sea, but I love how yours looks. Excellent. I do think maybe that thumb does look a little bit awkward. I was thinking about that when I first saw it, and then I was like, you know what, but Picasso does that stuff all the time, so the reason why I think it looks a little bit awkward is I think it's going inwards at the joint of the thumb when I think it probably wants to go the opposite direction. So it just makes it look a little bit like the thumb is kind of bent a little bit backwards, but not a big deal. And I'll also say that there's lots of artists who often deliberately put mistakes in their artwork in order to cause people to look a little bit more carefully. Like another example of that kind of thing that we see all the time here on YouTube is often creators will misspell something deliberately in the title or in the thumbnail to an image. So when you're scrolling through things to look at, you stop and you read something. What? Hold on, that doesn't make any sense. What? And you read it like 3 times over. Like, no, but that's a spelling mistake. And then sometimes you're like, okay, I gotta click on this thing and I'm gonna write a comment. You moron, don't you know how to spell? Right? And meanwhile the YouTuber's like, thanks so much for clicking on my video and for watching that ad. I'll take that cash, right? So sometimes artists have been doing this for centuries, is sometimes adding something that is slightly off in order to draw people in, right? And sometimes that can be kind of controversial because some people are like, if you just did it right, then maybe people would think it was a masterpiece. But lots of examples of artists injecting slightly strange things. A great example is the artist Caravaggio, who did little strange things like that. I think very deliberately. I've read essays where people are like, what an idiot, look at all these mistakes. And I'm like, I don't know if Caravaggio made too many mistakes like that. He was a pretty smart painter. Caravaggio being... Have we not done a Caravaggio episode? I don't think we've done it. I like we've done a Caravaggio episode. I'm sure I've got stuff queued up, but I should put that at the top of my list here. Okay, let's move on from Ari here. You see, I was thinking to myself, you know what? We're just going to blast through this feedback episode. We'll be done in a couple of hours. And then I'm going to do an actual painting. We'll live stream a painting class spontaneously. And then I'm thinking to myself, Michael, we're like 2 people into this episode. We've been going for 45 minutes. Oh, I don't know if we're going to be doing any painting today. We'll see. Anyway. Wow, that looks great, Ari. Beautiful. That's a lot of detail. I mean, this is amazing for anybody who hasn't done this painting. In fact, I would say the dots you put in here are smaller than the dots I put on mine. Yeah, I did the dots with a tiny brush over several evenings. I'm turning my brain off now. Yes, I would. But it looks great. This looks very much like one of those early Roy Lichtenstein paintings. Wow, I love it. That is really impressive. Wow, here's this Edwin Holgate. This is supposed to be easy, but of course it's one of the most difficult ones. Isn't that always the truth? You know, often again, I mentioned Matisse earlier. Matisse would often like he would work on a painting for hours or days, and make it look like it was something that he had just done in maybe 25 minutes, just splattering paint all around. He wanted it to make it look like it was super easy and my kid could do that, because he wanted it to just seem effortless. That's, I think, the word I was trying to say earlier, effortless. Uh-oh, why is it's not charging very fast? Okay, hold on, just... yeah, so he would go out of his way to make it look like it was done very easily. I think Edwin Holgate, I don't know how much of that he was trying to do in this, because this might have been a sketch that he was doing, but as obviously I really liked this painting. We did this episode a couple years ago. Edwin Holgate being a former member of the Group of Seven, of course, Canada's famous Group of Seven. Oh, that's great too. I love these episodes. Again, we did this maybe 4 years ago. That's beautiful. Great job, Ari. I just, you know, these paintings by Mohedon are just like so wonderfully strange and yeah, this I feel like they really inspire my imagination to kind of try to figure out what's going on here. This Horace Pippin, that's beautiful. That's great. We didn't actually do this one on the episode, but I did put it in the Dropbox folder if you want to do this particular painting. So I applaud you, Ari, for doing a painting without, you know, any instructions, any demonstrations on how to do it. Wow. This is great. This George O'Keeffe painting here, great painting for when I just want to blend, blend, blend. Yeah, great. Wow, look how soft these transitions of colors are. That's amazing. Wow. Okay. Here's another. This Palmer Hayden. This is another painting where I put it in the Dropbox, but didn't include. There, I didn't do an episode on it, so there's no instructions here. But this is amazing. I love dirty paintings. When I destroy my brushes to get the texture I want. Also, I love Palmer Hayden's paintings. Yeah, sometimes to do any kind of scrubbing techniques or really intense blending can be really tough on brushes, but sometimes when you do that, it can be satisfying. Like, yeah, I wrecked this brush to make this painting, but it was worthwhile, right? That's another reason also why I often wait before I toss a brush out, as it starts to kind of get a little raggedy. Because sometimes there's uses for those brushes after they get a little bit mangled up. You've used them, especially if you're kind of painting and you're kind of scrubbing in, right? That often will cause the bristles to splay outwards, and sometimes they kind of get set like that. And it also, it's sort of like you're sanding the brush down, right? So sometimes the bristles just start to break or get, get really worn, and then you start getting little bits of hairs all over the painting. But sometimes it can be really handy, like the brushes. Like my daughter and I were doing like this shirt. I was just taking old brushes, often brushes that are broken, and I've just glued the ferrule, the metal piece, back onto the wood. And so to do that, sometimes I just take a little piece of fabric, wrap it around, put lots of like Gorilla Glue in there or super glue. And so they're not like the prettiest brushes, but they work perfect for just splattering paint. Right? Oh my goodness, there's so many comments here. Okay. Let me finish here, and then I'll go through all those comments. Wow, Ari. The Grace Cossington Smith painting. I'm not happy with the color pink, too dark, but otherwise, I love these types of portraits. Oh, really? I love how the pink works. I mean, I think that pink is in the original painting. Cossington Smith being one of Australia's great artists, and when we did this episode, I had my little niece from Australia, my sister's daughter, was visiting, and her and I did this painting together, side by side. We each did our own versions of it. I think it's fantastic. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's beautiful. I think you should be really happy with that, Ari. Okay. Where? So Furbait says, "Why did you become an artist, Mike?" Why did I become an artist? Kind of like I don't even know if it was even a choice, to be honest. Just sort of, I was always drawing ever since I was a little kid, and just kept drawing. I was fortunate to have parents that encouraged my interest in art. Why? I mean, I've tried pretty much everything. I have worked, I don't know, maybe 30 different jobs over the course of my life, doing everything from delivering newspapers and flyers to being the guy in the baseball stadium selling peanuts, popcorn, Cracker Jacks, to working a desk job in a museum, being a graphic designer, to working in a kitchen, working in a bar, restaurant, busboy, waiter, bartender. So I've done, I've worked in warehouses. I've operated a forklift. Worked in a record store. store. So I've done all of these different jobs to support myself at various different times. Ran my own carpentry business, building tables and chairs, and of course doing lots of teaching. So I've had all these different experiences working all these other jobs, and realizing the only thing that really brings me joy that I can kind of make money off and support myself is making art. So like I remember when I first went to graduate school to get my master's degree, that was like 20 years ago. I was at the time the youngest person to ever go to that graduate program, Art Center in Los Angeles, and I went there right out of undergrad. So I was 20. I don't think I was 21 yet. I was 20 years old, living in Los Angeles, and of course most of the other students in the program were in their late 20s, early 30s, 40s, 50s, and of course they're all just like, oh my goodness, this guy is like, you can't even legally drink in this country, and he's in this master's program. Here, I've got a wife and 2 kids at home. I gotta sit in the same class with this teenager, basically. Like, oh my goodness. And everyone, like, I would have all these conversations, like, why don't, you should have taken a year off. Well, you should have gone backpacking, go live in Vietnam or France, or go plant trees in Alaska, and then come back and get some life experience. And I remember always saying, like, I already know what I want to do. I know I don't want to do any of these terrible jobs that I've done for all of these years, because when I was in college, I had a part-time job. I would go and work. I worked in a liquor store. I managed a liquor store. And I'm like, this is not something I want to do. This is the only thing I really want to do, and I just want to get really good at it so I never have to do one of those jobs ever again. So that would be how I would answer that. Why did I be an artist? Because I hated doing pretty much every single other job, of which dozens of which I had already had. I don't know. Does that make any sense? Jacobus says, I was in Poland last week and these types of paintings were everywhere. I'm sorry, now that I'm so far, I'm not sure which ones we're talking about. Barbara says, the pink fairy was for a newborn baby girl. Oh my goodness. Boy, oh boy, that little kid. That's so cool. That little kid's going to grow up with this painting on her walls throughout her whole life. That's so cool. I think it's really important to be surrounded by art as a kid, because it's a little clue in your mind, like, oh, this is something that has value to my family, and this is kind of cool, and another person made this. Maybe I could make that kind of thing too. You know, it's the same sort of thing if you grew up in a family where, I don't know, you got a mother or father who's always working on a car in the driveway, right? Well, if you grow up around cars and somebody's fixing cars aren't so intimidating. You're like, oh, I could probably get in there and fix a car and change the oil too, right? Or, if somebody's a chef, they're always cooking. So I think those plant little possibilities in the minds of kids. So that makes me so happy, Barbara. I'm hoping the baby won't notice the mistakes. I don't see any mistakes here, Barbara. Basil says, what did Bob Ross used to say? Barbara says, putting mistakes in my paintings. That's a great idea. All my mistakes are supposed to be there. Wink, wink. Yes, totally. I mean, I literally do that when I'm working on a painting. Often I say to myself, and if I haven't mentioned in some of these episodes, it definitely occurs to me. There's times where, especially towards the end of a painting, I'll look at it and be like, yes, that, I'm not happy with that. But, first of all, if I try to fix it, I have a high possibility that I could make this quote mistake 5 times worse. So I'm kind of weighing, is this worth kind of getting in there and tinkering with it? Should I just leave it? And then there's other times I think, and so then I also think like, yeah, it's technically wrong and maybe it's slightly awkward, but is that a bad thing? Right? Like, I don't know. Trying to think of other examples in life where that happens, and like, I don't know. I love watching movies, and I love watching videos breaking down movies and talking about how they're made, and often people are like, oh, look at this continuity error. In this shot, the guy's wearing a hat, and in the next shot, he's not wearing the hat, and the next shot, he's wearing the hat again. Like, how terrible. These fools. And sometimes that can be really distracting, but there's other times where sometimes it can be it can work really well. Like, I just think about, not that specific example, but in Stanley Kubrick's The Shining, there's moments where there is things that might technically be mistakes that Stanley Kubrick did in that movie, but they work. You know, like Bob Ross, Pascal talking about the happy accident, and then I'm sure Stanley Kubrick's like, oh, okay, that's bad, but actually that bad is working really well. Let's keep that in. And those are the kinds of things that cause some people to obsess over the movie and like, oh, wow, like, what does that mean? And Stanley Kubrick might be like, I don't know what it means. It was a total mistake, but what an incredible mistake to have made. Furbait says, making good art is the process of hiding the effort you put into it. Furbait says, hey Mike, what do you do when you don't feel like drawing? What are some good creative exercises you do? Great question. What do you do when you don't feel like making art? Well, there's at least two different ways to go about that. The first way is kind of what you're suggesting. Just plow ahead, break through that inertia, that wall, force yourself to make art, just buckle down. There's lots of creative strategies that exist out there. The musician and artist Brian Eno is kind of famous for this box. It's called The Oblique Strategies by Brian Eno. Do they show? I think there's an online version of this too. Oh, here, maybe is this it? Okay, so so basically there are these cards. They kind of look like Cards Against Humanity. Let's see. So it comes in this box, and each card just has a sentence or two. The idea is they cause you to there's suggestions on something you could do. So That's what they look like. Here's the website. If we go back, here's, right? And if we just keep updating this, it'll show different things. Like go to an extreme, move back to a more comfortable place, right? So if you were to use this, let's say, again, you're frustrated, you're like, I don't feel like drawing, I can't draw. This prompt by Brian Eno and Peter Schmidt would be to say, go to an extreme and then move back. So would be to, let's say, I am having a difficulty drawing. Well, you know what, let's just draw and just scribble. Let's crumple this up. Let's tear it into pieces. And then, what do we got here? We got a pile of paper. Well, maybe we could do a drawing of these crumpled up pieces of paper. Or maybe we flatten them back out and then we try to reassemble it. And in the reassembling, maybe we make mistakes and it gets very strange, or we rearrange the words. That's kind of like the cut-up technique of William S. Burroughs, one of the famous beat writers, right? He did the famously cutting. He would write text up and then cut all the words or sentences up and jumble them around and rearrange them, right? Or even just trying to restore this together. Even if I restore it, all of the tape marks and, you know, are going to make it look kind of new and interesting. So that would be kind of one way of using that prompt, right? So you could bookmark this. I'll put it in the chat here. Furvate says, thanks for the answer, Mike. I loved hearing your response about why you became an artist and a little glimpse into your life. Slashy24 says, hi, mister. Thank you for teaching me how to draw. I watched all your classes. I am very grateful. I love how you explain things. Aha, just like now. Thanks, my friend. That's so cool. Slashy24. Cool. Okay. I should probably move forward. People are like, oh my goodness, we're an hour into this and we're still really haven't technically begun. So let's begin here. Okay. What I want to do now is I want to talk about the art that you guys have made in the classes that we've done recently. Now, of course, if you want to see what people did in past classes, you can watch the previous feedback episodes. This is episode 35. So we've done 35 of these episodes, many of which are over 4, 5, 6 hours long. So there's plenty of information you can go back if you want to see how some of those paintings were done in the past. So let's... where should we start? Okay. Okay, good. That's slowly charging. Okay. So let's start out here with artwork by Mykola Kasperovych. Where did I put that painting? I think, well, it's up there. I'll just leave it there. So we'll talk about your work, not my work. Kasperovych, a famous Ukrainian artist. I love this image that they created. I changed the colors. I don't think anybody did. Yeah, nobody did this painting in the original colors. Basically, what I did is I used the colors of the Ukrainian flag. In solidarity with my brothers and sisters from Ukraine fighting a genocidal dictator at the moment. and I don't think it in fact, I would imagine the original artist would be very supportive of this gesture. So, what can I say about these versions here? Barbara's version. The earlier class allowed me to draw along with Michael's painting. That's awesome. I think it looks beautiful. You know, I think this one, Kathy, I think these two, Marie and Kathy, used the template, so you can see how they look compared to the version that Barbara did. It looks like just by eyeballing it. So yeah, it looks a little bit different. I think the eyes are much more prominent here than in the original. It doesn't bother me at all. It's funny how, and I think I mentioned this when I did my own version as well, is that my version kind of almost looked like there's this period of Egyptian art kind of around the time of Cleopatra, when they were under the influence of the Roman Empire, where Egyptian art started to kind of get blended in and using some of the strategies of Western, quote, art. Very interesting kind of period of time, and seeing, anyway, I felt like my artwork, and I think the artwork everyone's kind of created, has somehow kind of that, 2,000-year-old style kind of bled into the work, which I think is really wild. It's just, again, those weird happy accidents that sometimes you're like, I don't know, like something's going on in the universe here to make that happen. I think these are beautiful. So anyway, Barbara, I love how that turned out. Do I have anything I can offer? Not really. I think that's beautiful. Kathy's here. I love the bright colors. I'm going to put this in my living room window. Awesome. Yeah. I love the hair in all of these. And of course in the original. Wow. Maria. I didn't get a chance to join online, but still wanted to paint this Ukrainian girl. This is my version. Thank you for this class. Yeah, I would say one little thing about this one, Maria, is that the hair and skin colors are very similar. I would probably have tried to create just a slight more variation here, or contrast, just so that, like, I think the hair's got a little bit more orangey qualities to it, which I think is good. I would have either have added a little bit more yellow into the hair, or made it a little bit more brownish. Or you can see here with Kathy that the skin is like very kind of more on the pale side of things, right? I think that works really well, because I think what works in this painting is that the hair kind of frames the face. Again, I'm not saying this is bad at all. But I do think, well, it's very subtle. And then here's Senga. That's great. Interesting. Interesting that you didn't outline the face here and just let the hair, the color of the hair, create that distinction. I think in the original, Kasperovych did outline, kind of like what we see in these paintings, in this drawing here. Now, you didn't do that here, Senga. It doesn't bother me. Again, I think actually this works pretty well because there's a contrast in these colors, right? The face has a little bit more orangey yellow qualities, where the hair is a bit more brown. And so we don't really need that outline there. Yeah, so those are great. I'm super happy the way all those turned out. That's fantastic. Okay, let's move right along. Barbara says, these past review shows are a gold mine of information and advice. Thanks, Barbara. Or the past review shows like this. Yeah, there's lots of information there. Maybe more than most people have ever wanted. But it's there. It's, preview here on the Mac used to be better, and now they'd always used to kind of go as large as possible. Now I have to zoom in. I don't know why these companies always feel a need to change everything when things work so well. Okay. Maybe I'll start here with Senga's. Now, if I recall, I think this might have been one that Senga was using. Is this painted on a tile? Like you're painting on some... Maybe not. This could be canvas or paper. It looks maybe like... Anyway. Although the way that the paint seems to be applied back there, this to me looks like that this is a tile. The way that the paint is sort of not being fully absorbed into the surface, to me suggests that that's a super smooth surface like a tile. Anyway, looks good. I mean, one of the things about this particular painting by Tom Thomson is how kind of spontaneous it feels, and so we really feel that here. Like these brush strokes feel like they're done very confidently, very quickly. Here's Richard's version. Just says it's 8x10, the original same size. So on the other side is another painting, which he did turn into a full-size painting. Interesting. So these Tom Thomson artworks, I have seen them displayed sometimes in museums, kind of in the middle of a room, in a case that allows you to kind of walk around and see both sides, because he was often making these paintings, you know, he'd be off in the middle of nowhere in Algonquin Park, which is now, at that time it had just become a provincial park. But he might not come back to, quote, civilization for another month or so. So there were certainly times where he'd started a painting and liked that painting, but realized, I'm out of canvas. And I don't really want to go back to town for another month. Like, okay, well, I'm just going to take the ones that have dried and just paint on the back. Or the ones I'm not so happy with, I'll just paint on those, or maybe over the front. So he's recycling these here. I mean, thank goodness he didn't cover up this side, because I do really like that. You know, I love this version you've done here, Richard. I think, you know, it's interesting. You've almost kind of cleaned this painting up and made it, given it more precision than was in the original. Like your rainbow here is beautiful. I love how you've added, because I think in the original, let me see, Kristen, Steph, Kathy's, you can see in these ones here, Even Senga added more colors, but I think Kathy's and Kirsten's here have are a little bit closer to the original, where I think he's only got maybe 3-4 colors. I think there's like a pink, there's a yellow, an orange, and a green, I think, if I recall. And whereas Richard, you've added kind of like the full rainbow here. And I think it looks beautiful. It looks really beautiful. It shows how, like, when Tom made this painting, he clearly saw there was potential here, and he was just sketching it out. Obviously, he died before he had an opportunity to take a painting like those sketches and transform it into a more elaborate, more refined, finished painting like you've done here. So this is great. I don't think there's anything I can offer you there, Richard. Kirsten, wow. So this feels like there's a lot of energy here. Like this feels more like this feels very Van Gogh-like, especially in the sky. This reminds me a lot of one of Van Gogh's last paintings, is it the wheat fields with crows or something like that? It's a painting that some people even believe is literally his last painting. It's been used in a number of films to kind of end on that. I think the Van Gogh movie with not Michael Douglas. What's Michael Douglas's father's name? Kirk Douglas. When Kirk Douglas plays Vincent Van Gogh, they end with wheat fields with crows as like the final image. Anyway, that kind of, even just the composition down here, because in that painting there's sort of like a pathway and it recedes. So this one feels like you've scaled down the landscape. It feels like it's much smaller, like these are kind of like tall hedges, and this is like maybe a pathway kind of receding in the background. Where you can see, like in Richard's painting here, you know, the landscape feels much larger, right? This feels like these are like giant cliffs or something, right? And these little trees here, and that far hill just feels way off in the, like that's a 2-day walk to get all the way up to the top of here. Whereas Kirsten's here feels like, you know, I would maybe take 10 minutes to walk to this area back here. And then Kathy's same, so this one feels like it's got a much bigger space as well, right? That back hill feels really far away. I think so. I mean, I tend to try to look at these works as much as possible like they are done exactly the way they intend to be. So I feel like they're working the way that you want them to work. I think this one works beautifully, Kathy. I don't see any comments. I really like the sky, how kind of fast that's painted. You know, which is again how Tom Thomson actually made these paintings. I would say, though, let's say in this painting, Senga, like, the space isn't as defined as I think I would want it to be. It's a little bit unclear. Like, is this that kind of, to me, looks like a Jeep driving down with somebody standing in the back poking their head up, right? And this is their butt hanging out the back or something. They're mooning the people. They're mooning us or something, right? I don't know. I think what you could do is actually use, like, I see you've got some black. Maybe this looks like black that you've hand mixed, like I like to do. But potentially, if we put some actual black in the foreground, like right out of a tube of black paint, and painted some outlines or details down here. I think what that might do is pull that right forward, right? Pull the bottom forward here, because right now it almost kind of looks like a bit of a cross section, right? Like where these are the different strata in the rocks below. I think. Okay. Oh yeah, there's Senga. I love painting on these tiles. Yes, good, good. Good to know I'm not out of my mind. Deborah says, I promised you that I would do this painting, but have a gnome at the bottom with some gold. I will do this one because I promised you and Rick that I would. Deborah says, I really have to come back and do your lessons. I think that I have lost much. No, Deborah, you haven't lost much. It's all there. Okay, sorry. Stephanie. Yes, Stephanie, a.k.a. Kirsten Step. Okay, sorry. Yes. I remember when even last night when I was putting this together, I was like, I know that's not the right name, and it drives me crazy that I can't remember. Like, what? I was like, I know it's going to be, and then they're going to go, Michael just clearly, is either not very smart or super forgetful, which are probably both very true. My apologies, Stephanie. Senga says, it was a tractor. Okay, there you go. There you go. Okay, cool. Right? I think it's beautiful that, with just a few little blobs of paint, you've made it look like a little vehicle traversing this area here. That is cool. Okay, I should probably move on here. Okay, let's continue with the Thomson stuff here. Okay, let's look through all of these here. I love this painting here, the Tom Thomson's Pine Trees at Sunset from 1915, just a couple of years before Tom died in Algonquin Park. Tom Thomson, again, being one of Canada's greatest artists of all time. Let's look at all of these, and then we'll scroll back through them and it's so neat to see them all back to back. Okay, where should we start? Maybe we'll start here with Kathy's. Actually, let's look through them again. I just find it super fascinating. Okay, I love how this is done. I do feel that maybe this back hill here, it feels a little bit on the warm side, and maybe a little bit too dark, too saturated. I feel like I would prefer this to be a little bit lighter, because after all, it is far away, and things in the distance should have less saturation and should be colder colors. Or, well, according to this particular approach to painting. And again, lots of artists have their own unique approach to painting. So I really want to hope that I'm never saying, you must not do this, do what I do, and abandon all its individuality. Because I do like it when people kind of challenge the rules and test things and experiment. But I do feel like we want, let's say, this area in the bottom to be darker, and the trees maybe to have actual pure black inside. I love what you've done here. I love how the outer edges are a little bit lighter and much darker inside. So I would even say you could take, and I think this is probably a black that you mixed, I would even take some pure black right out of the tube and paint even a thinner line inside here. And again, that's going to make it look like the outer edges of the tree trunks are glowing, the light is hitting it, and then as we go back towards the trees, as they're facing us, they get even darker. It's going to, what it does is it makes that the sun look super bright, right? It's all about contrast, especially on a sunset where the light is really strong, really bright. It's cutting right through the atmosphere. Yeah, I think if you look at the original painting by Thomson, this bottom of the painting is quite dark. I think it should be. I think it's by far the darkest part of the painting, whereas I feel like yours is a little bit on the lighter side, almost rivaling the sky for level of value. Again, value is how we measure the contrast between black and white, right? What level of value are we at? Still fantastic painting. Wow, Gerald. Okay, wow. So this is great too. Again, I feel like maybe that background that is still pretty saturated, because we don't really see anything of that, except maybe some of these little spots of green that are quite as saturated as that. I would still have gone for a little bit more of a gray. But, you know, I think Tom did a little bit of that in his own painting too, so certainly I would listen to Tom Thomson over myself, if in doubt. But I really love the way he painted the trees, the leaves, just gorgeous. I think we could still, once again, put some actual black down here into these, because I think it's like roots and logs and things. Right, because if you just imagine that there's the sun is in this, you know, according to kind of the logic of this painting, the sun is probably, has actually even maybe, well, I don't know, it's somewhere probably, maybe not even in this painting, maybe a little bit off to the side. I don't know if it's quite gone down behind the mountains yet, but of course that would mean that anything that's not directly facing the sun would be pretty dark. Wow. Okay, so here's Kathleen kind of doing what I'm talking about. Getting really dark down here. Now, I think there is a shadow from your phone maybe down here, making it even darker than it might be. But that really accentuates how dark this area is. And you did a fantastic job painting these trees. I think the water is actually pretty close to the same kind of yellow. So without that yellow in the water, it makes it look like this green back here is like a field. And I know it might seem kind of like, well, I would imagine green water, like alpine mountain water, might look more like, quote, water than yellow water, because I don't know, but again, the logic of this is that there's this bright golden sunset, and so the sky is golden in color, and any water that we might be able to see is going to be reflecting that bright yellow light. So even though obviously water is hopefully never yellow, if we do see yellow down there, it tells us that that's probably water because it's reflecting that really bright sky. I mean, we might say, well, maybe this is reflecting this green in the sky. It's possible. Even then, I would put a bit of some streaks of yellow in this green water to make it look like we've got some areas of the water that are that have some variation in there. I would also say that potentially this green up in the sky, I think it could be, I think what we could do is take some yellow and go back over, maybe a little bit of yellow, or yellow, like, let's see, what would be your ratios? It would be something like 60% cool yellow, 10% white, and then 30% matte medium. So what that would do, we would make like a cool yellow with a little bit of white, so we're tinting it, and then we're putting that matte medium in there to make it a bit more transparent, because the idea is we don't want to completely cover up this green. We want that green to stay there, but we just don't want it to be such a hard line crisscrossing through here. So if we painted a bit of that, and maybe we cover the whole thing or go halfway up and leave some of this, like you just sort of kind of, as you go further up, the brush gets less and less paint on it, or you just add more and more matte medium up there. That might mean we have a kind of a strip of very white yellow right here, and so you may even bring it down, and then you just take a bit more of this color, this yellow that, you know, has, this looks almost like a warm yellow, and you paint it a bit back over top of some. So basically what you're doing is you're kind of putting this big band-aid across, and then you're kind of integrating, painting back over top of it. Again, I don't think it's bad painting. I just think a couple of minor tweaks there get closer to what we might want. And there's Stephanie. Okay, wow. Interesting. It's funny, this last one here with Kathleen, and now Stephanie's, this really, they look like there's like this, I guess all of them. Maybe I didn't, when I saw this painting, it looked to me like there were logs and things that were kind of stacked up and kind of jumbled up right there. But in a bunch of these paintings, it almost looks like there's like a slippery slope, right? That there's like this, like a muddy path, and people keep slipping down there, you know? Like, it's almost like Tom has set his easel up there and he's making a painting, and every once in a while some lumberjack strolls by and Tom's like, I'd be careful walking down, that's pretty slippery, just watch your step. And they're like, oh yeah buddy, I got this. Yeah, I think lumberjack knows how to navigate a muddy landscape better than a painter. And then proceeds to immediately slip on his back, and Tom's like, not gonna say anything, just keep painting. But it does sort of like this one also looks like that looks pretty slippery with those lines down there, which I love, right? It shows that, you know, each of these paintings can have its own little life just depending on what kind of brushstroke you put down there. I like how that looks. Again, I think even though we could still put a little bit more darker colors down in here. Okay, so Stephanie did this, so which is the first one? I'm going to do it again on canvas next time. So this is paper. That looks like paper for sure. Alright, unless it's some sort of canvas paper. Versus this one. This also looks like paper. I'm not sure which one we did here Stephanie is using. Stephanie says, I thought it was a hill with my old eyes. Well, I'm sure it is a little hill, for sure. I guess when the way that I saw it was a fairly small hill, but just like, you know, a bunch of undergrowth, as opposed to kind of like a pathway, for instance. I like how this looks. So here, so this is a great example. You can see how that kind of light water there, right? And this works really well with that hill in the on the far shore there. It is pretty dark, and yes, it does compete a little bit with the trees in the foreground. But because this area is kind of so dark, it actually works quite well. And also because that water is so bright, and we even see slight reflections of the, I like this little detail here of the shadow or reflection of this far hill into the water. Very subtle, just a simple little brushstroke there, but that also suggests that that's water and not grass, right? It's funny too, the way that you've painted these leaves. This looks like a little bit of like a Bob Ross technique. He would use like the fan brush, especially when he was painting like palm trees. So I feel like with this painting, you've kind of transposed this Thomson painting to like the Bahamas or something. There's something kind of quite tropical about it, which is kind of nice. I like that. Who's another artist? I'm trying to think which. There was a famous Canadian. I know Matisse went to Hawaii. Obviously, Gauguin went to Tahiti. But there's another. I think it's even one of the group of 7 painters. The last paintings they made are very tropical. And I'm sure I mentioned it in one of those episodes, because I think I featured every group of 7 member at one time. So it's in this small brain of mine somewhere there. Okay, moving right along. Maria. Wow. That's interesting. So this little bit of cool blue on the tree branches. So that's the same kind of cool blue that you've got back here. So I like how the cool blue back here, it's painted first of all over top of a darker color, and then it's got a little bit of white, so that does push it further back. Right? Especially in contrast to these darker greens and browns on the tree trunks. That's working pretty well. Well, I don't think Tom put those colors there like that, but they kind of work. I mean, I think I see what you're trying to do. You're trying to make it look like these are the dark colors on the, basically in the shadows. The only thing is that, you know, it kind of works. It works well for this far, the far shore here. I'm not so sure in the tree itself, because this is, I guess, intended to be the darkest part of the tree. And so for a blue with white in there, it kind of counters it a bit. The only reason I think we would see those colors on the tree like that would be if we had like a light, like let's say this, you know, like lights from a house or something that are bouncing back onto the dark side of these trees. Sort of like, you know, if we, like, this is the view, like when we're, like, well, like this is actually someone's backyard. They've got this beautiful kind of cabin on the lake, and there's actually a party going on, and there's really bright lights from the inside of this house that are shining on the back side of these trees during sunset. If that happened, though, I think we would expect to see more of it elsewhere here. Anyway, long story short, I would suggest maybe these bits of highlights aren't necessary. And again, I think even more black down here in the bottom would work. Pascal says, haven't painted in some time here. Disturbing life events keeping me busy. Well, hopefully everything's going to be okay, Pascal. I think the more and more you paint, that's one way of kind of helping to process some of those feelings and kind of overcome some of that. Oh, I'm just remembering. The question was, what do you do when you don't want to make art? Now, one of the things I was saying is, yeah, sometimes it's to power through, but the other time, sometimes it's worth taking a break and just and not making art. Sometimes you do have to just like go for a walk, read a book, go watch a matinee movie, go spend time with friends or family. And to sometimes take a break from making things and not beating yourself up about not being as productive as maybe society tells us we're supposed to be, that we're always supposed to be hustling and doing things. I think it's hard to do that as a creative person. You know, ideas don't come to us when we're exhausted and we're tired and worn out. Sometimes you know, no artist, that this whole idea of the starving artist is a myth. Well, no artist is very productive when they're literally starving, right? So sometimes you have to take a break and get inspiration. Doing a lot of artists sometimes though use inspiration as a way of, you know, doing research on things as a way of like procrastinating. So there's a fine line there, but sometimes just going and watching a movie, going and go to the library, find some books by artists that you really do like, flipping through those books, doing a master study of one of those images, to kind of get yourself back into the habit of making art. There's Paula's version. Looks great, Paula. I really like what's happening here in the trees. I think this dark area up here, I think if we had more of that, particularly even in the tree trunks here, if we darken the center of these trees and put some black down here, I think that would work really well. Singer says, I've not done anything either. I've been burnt out. Pascal says, what to do when you're not in the mood of making art. Personally, I disconnect or watch clips or browse art books, keeping it artistic. I mean, throughout history, one of the ways that a lot of the greatest artists, philosophers, authors used to rejuvenate themselves is literally going for a walk. Is just going outside with maybe not even bringing your sketchbook and just go for a long walk, an hour, and just, you know, focusing on breathing, smelling the air, you know, seeing people playing, and, you know, just having kind of no plan. There's countless famous examples of politicians going on like big walks before making a big announcement. I know our former Prime Minister Pierre Elliott Trudeau, there's a famous long walk that he did at one point. Churchill quite famously did some big long walks as a way of coming up with ideas. Friedrich Nietzsche. Who else? Is it Socrates? Who used to go for... He used to take his classes on walks? I think it's Socrates. And of course, lots of the great Asian philosophers very famously went on walks. What is it? The master of haiku. Anyway, I move on. But yeah, sometimes, just a walk is literally a proven technique throughout human history, across cultures, as a way of just, getting some fresh air. All that fresh air goes into the brain, helps to kind of get things moving. So if you notice that's why meditation always focuses on deep breathing, because often especially when we're stressed, we take these very shallow breaths, and literally we're starving our brain of oxygen. So if you're just taking deep breaths, often people talk about if you're in a stressful situation, somebody says something, you're just like, best thing to do is focus on like taking a couple of deep breaths before you respond, right? To flood your brain with oxygen so that it can help you make a better decision. Ravi says, I am proud to call Michael my painting guru. Thank you for helping me survive rough lockdown times of COVID. Awesome. Wow, looks good, Ravi. So this one's a little bit more experimental than the other ones, using this kind of bright teal color and really minimizing the amount of yellow here. I like what you've done here with the yellow, though. I think it's all really well done. Even this wild purple in the foreground, bringing this cool teal into the foreground technically goes against some of the principles we've been talking about, but it kind of works in this painting. It's definitely strange and unorthodox, but not bad. I mean, I could see if you said, like, well, I did have it originally really black down there, and then it just felt like kind of like nothing was happening. There's no reason for people to look down there, so I put a little bit of that sky color there, and it worked. Yeah, I mean, it is strange, but that kind of works. That's wild. Here's Richard. Here's my study. I did an input amateur of light pinkish peach. Yes. So I think in the original version that Thomson did, he also, I think the input amateur he used was like an orange. And then I think he actually painted the trees and then painted the sky as the last step. Now, it's not what I did in the episode, because I just wanted to help people paint this painting relatively about as easy as possible, rather than kind of fully diving into his technique here. I think like what you've done here, Richard, is actually closer to the way Tom painted this painting. Obviously, he didn't use a pink here, but it gets us pretty close. Again, I would say a little bit of black down here into this hillside here, because I think in this whole area is kind of, it's a little bit it's so dark that when you look at it, you're like, I'm not sure I understand what I'm looking at down there. And I think that sometimes is a way an artist, in this case Tom, kind of fudging those details, like, I'm just going to make it look really dark, and then people won't have any idea what's going on in those shadows. There's a bunch of weird squiggly lines and stuff down there. I think it looks great. The sky looks great, but the trees look awesome. Senga's here. Ooh, wow. I love how you've activated this area here. Interesting. So, what is this? Is this chalk pastel? Looks like chalk pastel, maybe marker or watercolor? Watercolor and chalk pastel? You know, it's interesting. Even just this little bit of lighter color here does make it look like the light is kind of squeaking through the clouds, brightening up a little bit of this area down here while this area is darker. I think that's what it is, unless that's a shadow. This sharp line going across there. These are oil sticks. Interesting. Oil pastels. Wow, that... I guess, yeah. The way you were able to get some of these smudges to happen, I wonder, you must have really gone in there with your thumb or something to blend. It could also be that this image is not the highest resolution. You know, when images are uploaded to Facebook, they tend to kind of get compressed and lose detail. These look great. I don't know how much there's to offer. You know, I do like here in Senga that you've integrated the green, particularly in the sky, quite well. It's not such a hard transition there. There's a little bit of a harder transition between the yellow and the orange. Not a big deal. I might have tried to put a bit more orange in the water, kind of a little stripe of that down there. Otherwise, it looks cool. I do like how kind of fluid and round these, the way that you've done the hills down here looks. That is kind of nice. You know, it's got a little bit of Van Gogh, Edvard Munch, even a little bit of Tom Thompson's friend Lauren Harris kind of qualities going on, the way he kind of stylized things. Okay, I should move on. Wow, I am really behind on today's episode here. Okay. Let's talk about Frida Kahlo now. And so let's just kind of zoom through a bunch of these images and see how they look. I just find it funny to kind of zip, 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 zip. Where did we start last time? Did we go from bottom up? Let's start here with Tatiana. I finally finished it. That cheat gave me a hard time, obviously. I think this looks great. Yes, definitely. Some, doing little subtle glazing like that, let's say on her cheeks, is tricky to do. That's why a couple of things. One is, like, if you're painting a face, you might want to mix a larger batch of color up, so that if you do run out of color, you've got plenty left over to, let's say, if everything does go wrong, you could potentially paint over the whole face and start it all over again. So that's one option. The other thing is when you're doing kind of that this kind of blush on the cheeks, is, again, you need glazing fluid to do that. I wouldn't be really using your matte medium, which is a little bit different, very similar but different. Just matte medium actually dries faster than regular paint, whereas glazing medium dries slower than regular paint. You could do something like this with a dry brush technique, but that's pretty difficult. You could even try doing it with a little bit of water in the paint. The one thing is the danger of doing kind of glazing with water is, when you try to kind of buff out those edges, it's quite likely that the water is going to dissolve the paint below and start to kind of basically clean the painting underneath, and then you get areas where you're trying to just get a soft gradation, and then now you've actually removed not only the paint that you intended to apply, but the layer below, revealing another color, and then everything just sort of gets into panic mode because everything's going wrong. I don't feel like this is disastrous with that this kind of darker blush on her cheeks. I mean, I think the one on the right here, I think, is done with a little bit more subtlety. You could go back and try to glaze this, basically using the same color that you mixed for her face, and just basically glaze over the whole thing. The thing is that it's going to be very hard to remix that same color again, especially after all this time's gone by. And then if you do one cheek, it might look different than this. You might go like, wow, this is perfect, I solved this. But now this one doesn't look like this one, so then you got to go in here and do the same to this one, and then now you're not happy with that one, and then it just... So one of the things when it comes to painting, I often say, is rather than trying to fix... Like, you could spend a little bit of time trying to, quote, fix a painting you're not happy with. But I think, if after a couple of hours of tinkering on something, and it just seems to be getting worse and worse and worse, then I would say the best thing to do would probably be to restart that artwork and do it again. Which sounds like, oh, are you kidding me? It's like almost at the finish line. You're telling me I should have to go all the way back to the beginning and do the race over. But it's kind of like cooking, like I love making banana bread. My daughter loves my banana bread, so I make it all the time. But there has been occasions where I've goofed it up. I've put it in the oven and I forgot to set the timer, and then I'm like, why is something smells like it's burning? No! And then you go, it's like, it's burnt. And then you're like, trying to kind of scrape off the burnt pieces, and then but everything kind of tastes a little bit burnt, and you're like, well, maybe if I put a little bit of butter on it, it'll drown out the burnt flavor. No, not really. It's like, well, you know what? I don't know if I can solve it. Not that I'm saying that this is, a bad painting beyond salvage. I think it looks great. I'm just saying that one of the things I think a lot of painters, especially beginner painters, don't realize is just because something's on the wall of a museum doesn't mean that the artist just did like, I'm gonna sit down and make this painting, boom, awesome, walk away, masterpiece, another masterpiece, boom, just throwing them away. Sometimes that painting you see might be the 10th version of that painting, and there were 9 other ones that they did like, Not quite there. Okay, let's start it over, and we'll try it again. All right, so a lot of artists, rather than tinkering endlessly, just start it over again and try to take everything you learned from that first attempt and to redo it. Barbara says, Frida was a hard painting, lots of subtle detail. I haven't tried any of the portraits yet. It is tricky for sure. Okay, so here's Senga. I stopped for dinner. She looks like she's having a facial. I don't know. Was there another version? I don't remember seeing another one on the group there, Senga. I think what it is here is just these colors are really intense, really saturated, or not saturated, really opaque. And what we want to do is we want to make this color very, very transparent. So that you really need like glazing fluid to mix into the color to get that effect. So that it's just like I can't. I'm trying to think of some kind of food analogy, like glazing something with just bread, putting a little bit of butter on top, or egg whites or something. Can't think, but yeah, I think you want that to be much more transparent. Now, is this looks like it's pen or something, right? Doesn't that look like these are pens with paint on them, I think, or paint pens? Right, again, doing this type of approach, using glazing is an advanced technique for sure. Wow, Maria. Okay, so here's Maria's first version, or that's the early step. Oops. And this is the finished version. I'm just making sure I'm a separate painting. Right, so this is a great example of like, here's an early stage in the work where it has a little bit of that more patchy kind of quality. You can even see that in the background, right? And then with a little bit more time in here, doing much softer, maybe glazes over top, and it just looks so gorgeous. Wow. That's so cool, Maria. Even the ear, I love these little colors, just different colors in there. Beautiful. I mean, potentially even, I think one thing I've often heard people talk about is when it comes to ears, you can really amp up the red in the ears, because the ears, you know, there's a little bit of cartilage, you know, like soft bone under, and there's I don't even know if there's much muscle or anything there, really, just skin right over top of that bone. And so often it gets really red, you know, especially, you know, if you're embarrassed or it's cold or really warm or you get a lot of sun on there, your ears tend to go red, maybe often before any other place on the face goes red, except maybe your cheeks and your nose. So often I've heard some artists talk about, you basically can't make the ears red enough. I think that's a little bit not exactly true, but I think you could maybe darken that. I don't know. I would say this is fine. I'm just pointing it out because I see a little bit of kind of on the whiter, paler side there. I would also, we got this nice little reflection on this eye. I would make that same level of highlight on this eye as well, because that shows where the light's coming from. And it is, if we have a reflection like that on one eye, we better have it on the other, because otherwise that would mean that there's some, you know, it doesn't make logical sense as how you could have a reflection like that on that eye but not here, because what that's telling us is that the light is coming from the left side of the picture, technically her right side. So how could that light not be there? You know, which also suggests that the right side of her face, or technically her left side of the face, but the right side of her face is going to be a little bit darker, right? It's like you've got this shadow on her nose. I think it could be a little bit darker here, because you have made this side of her nostril a little bit darker. Again, I would just leave it, but that's one thing to think about, is the direction of the light. And I'll be first to admit that there's many paintings that we've done here where it doesn't even occur to me till like an hour after I shut the whole live stream down and I'm sitting on my couch looking at it and thinking like, why is the shadow, like, they're contradicting themselves, Michael? How did you not see that until right now? And it's because just like all of us, often, you know, we're painting away, doing all this stuff, and yeah, it looks great, fantastic, masterpiece done. And then it's not until you're sitting across the room from it, you look at it and you're like, oh, whoa, how did I miss that glaring thing there, right? Okay, so here's Stephanie. I tried the Frida painting on paper. You know what's funny? What is the difference here? This one almost looks like there's some kind of like AI filter, you know, like there's filters you can get to put on your Zoom call to make it look, you know, kind of cleans up the skin as if you just came right from the beauty parlor or something. Nice smooth skin, all the kind of blemishes and scars and wrinkles and scratches have kind of, you know, vanished. So I feel like there's a little bit of that on these cheeks and forehead, even the background. Oops. I can't tell if there's also any differences. But there was also this close-up. I think it's the same sort of thing I was just mentioning to Maria. I think we want that same reflection to be as equal here. So I think it could even be a little bit brighter on that eye. Now, it's entirely possible. You know, sometimes I think to myself after people are watching this going, yeah, but that's exactly what you're telling me to do is exactly what you did not do in your painting, Michael. So you're definitely contradicting yourself. And it's like, yeah, it's possible. Possible. I have no idea. Okay, Kathleen. So finally got a chance to finish up a painting in progress. What should I say here? It does look like her jaw is, I think this is a little, like, we want this area right here. So that's her earlobe. Probably comes in a little bit and then probably descends. So this area right next to the so I think what we're talking about is just so we want probably the earlobe here. right, something like that. So currently, it kind of looks like we've got this situation. So this blue is the way I think it currently looks, versus what we want is something a little bit more like this with this line. I would say we want that. And then same thing with her chin. Women generally have a pointier chin than men. Men generally have a bit more of a square jaw, square flat chin. Children, even like boys, teenage men, teenage boys will still have a bit more of a pointy chin. Not pointy like, but kind of like, you know, this is just feels a little bit round. So the reason why that can also it kind of gives me this feeling like she's like clenching her jaw or something. Also, I feel like there's a little bit. You've got this beautiful pink color on her face, but then her neck is kind of pale, a little. It's kind of on the yellow side. I would still bring a little bit of that pink, maybe especially kind of in the middle of her neck. You know, often our necks can sometimes be more red than our face, right? So, you know, often we see this, you know, people are wearing a lot of makeup but might not put any makeup on their neck. And sometimes their face might look really pale, but then we got a lot of color on the neck, right? Which is why sometimes you see people, like, when they get makeup done professionally, they'll put like tissue around the collar and actually put makeup on the neck, and then at the last second they pull that tissue out there so that we're not trying not to get too much makeup on the collar. I know that because I've done a few things on TV and gone to the makeup room and done all that stuff. Kathy said I did 2 and I gave 1. Okay, so there is 2 different ones coming up. Okay. I think all in all, this looks great. I think and this is quite common, especially when we lose the lines as we've been painting and we put layers of paint. Sometimes those lines of the jawline can disappear, which is one reason why I sometimes like doing a little bit of underpainting, just outlining things a little bit so we're less likely to lose those details. Emily, wow, not my best work. I was very impatient to finish this one. So this again, like, okay, I really need to show, what is the name of so I remember I was mentioning earlier that there's this these Egyptian paintings kind of towards the very end of kind of the great period of classical Egyptian history, you know, like this time around Cleopatra, and we see this sort of blending of Greco-Roman styles with Egyptian art. Yeah, so this is 1st century AD. So I kind of feel like what's so wild in this portrait here is how there's some of those same qualities of Egyptian, late Egyptian art late classical Egyptian art kind of surfacing in this painting. I don't know how. It might be the size of the eyes, which are a little bit of a feature of that approach to Egyptian painting. How can I help with this? Well, I mean, I think doing a little bit of an outline, perhaps on the right side of the face, like not with a black, but with like a darker, like what color could we use for that? Kind of like this little bit of grayish skin tone. Maybe a little bit on the darker spot. Yeah, I think if you went up here, and I don't know about necessarily following this line here. I would look at the original, because especially around this eye, it doesn't quite do that. Right, like, because here you've got the, you know, we would imagine this coming in from the eyebrow ridge, coming back out, and then coming down. So I think what we're missing is the cheekbone right here. And then this kind of bump that you've got next to the lips, that's fine, but I think it's going to come back in before it goes back out. So again, let me just see if I can describe this. So currently we've got, and I'm just exaggerating this right now. Oops, I didn't quite do it correct. So yours does correctly go like this. So yours kind of goes, I'm just gonna so to me, that's kind of the line that I see going around there. I think the line that we actually want to see, though, is more like so this is the main area where I was saying this is going in when I think it should go out. And same thing with this, these are reversed, right? Because you have, this is your, let's see if I just redraw. Right, you've got your eye here, got your nose, and then the, right, so we have the, often this happens here, right, because this is the inside of the mouth, and then you've got your cheekbone, right? So does that make sense? So what I would do is you can just take a darker color and just go around here, and then you if there's a little bits of, let's say, you would probably see a bit of the face down here. You could even just repaint that background to kind of fill in, disguise that missing portion there. Okay. Murtaza says, Michael, my first time live. I watched all your drawing class videos. I learned a lot. It's a good foundation. Next is acrylic painting. I also like Bob Ross paints landscapes in oil. Steffi says, I think I could have hit AI when I downloaded it on the Facebook page. Yeah, maybe there's some sort of filter on Facebook that will kind of auto-correct images. Murtaza says, I found hatching and cross-hatching interesting from your drawing videos. I try to match it with low lighting and dark lighting in cinematography lighting. Interesting. Yeah, all the same principles for drawing apply to cinema, photography as well. And then, how does that... ACRYLIC or AK Inc. says hi. Okay, plowing right ahead, Kathy. That's beautiful, Kathy. So you said, so are these two different paintings, really? Well, maybe they are. I'm looking at the earrings. That seems like a giveaway. I'm trying to look up here at the flowers. Anyway, either way, these both look great, Kathy. But I don't. Which one did? Oh, this is the second version. Oh, you gave the first one away. Okay. So that's the first. Wow. So you gave this one away. Wow. So this is, a good example too of what I was just talking about in terms of like the cheek. Kathy did a great job of, right around the eye here, the eyebrow ridge cuts in, the cheekbone goes back out, kind of comes back in towards the mouth, and then subtly comes back out and then goes into the chin here. Let's see if this one you can see here. I'd say maybe even that cheekbone's a little bit high. Right, I think it might be a little bit narrower. Not a big deal. And some people have really high cheekbones. These are fantastic. I don't know what else I can offer. I would say that your second one here, Kathy, is a little bit better than the first one, which is what we would hope to happen, that we would hope that we do a first version, like, let's see, I'll tackle it again the second time around, and hopefully, ideally, the second one is better than the first one. Doesn't always happen. Sometimes you do the second one and it doesn't capture the feeling of the first one, and the mistakes you made in the first one you're trying to correct are even worse than the second one. But generally, things get better the more we do. And sometimes it's not the second one. Sometimes it's the first one's okay. Do the second one, it's worse. Third one's even worse. Fourth one's even worse. And then the fifth one is the best. Sometimes it just, it's got to go down. you got to get, I was going to say, you got to get up to get down, but sometimes you got to get down to get up. Murtaza says, yes, Michael, that's right. I study sensory elements in different art forms, from visual to sound, and even aromatic notes that determine moods and emotions. Wow. It isn't, smells. Smell is definitely one of those senses that is kind of forgotten or definitely underappreciated. I think most people don't realize how important our sense of smell is to memory, for sure. But even sense of smell affects our sense of taste. Anyone who, especially who might have got COVID at some point, probably noticed they simultaneously lost their sense of smell, but also their sense of taste. Right? You can even just pinch your nose while you eat something, and you're like, how come all the flavor went away? Well, that's often why people get sick and they get a stuffy nose. They lose their sense of appetite. There's like, everything just tastes so bland all of a sudden, right? Okay. Wow, these are great. Now, man, that's just 3 artists that we've talked about. Kasperovych, Thomson, and Kahlo. I was planning on talking about Gabriela Munter, but we still have so much to cover. I think I'm right now, I'm gonna okay. Stretch these legs a second here. Oh yeah, seeing as I was using paint pens, that explains it. Oops, not that. We want... Okay, what I want to do now is I want to take a look at the paintings that you guys have done outside of class, or might have been paintings we did in class, but maybe paintings from a few years ago or beyond. And of course also paintings that you've come up with ideas on your own, or you've done master studies by artists that we haven't featured in the class as of yet. Just a quick reminder though, before we do that, is just a quick like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. As I said, 60% of the people that watch these bonus feedback episodes are not subscribers. Or no, 60% of the people that are watching are subscribers. So 40% of the people are not subscribers, right? Which is actually more than people. There's less people subscribing. Less viewers who watch these videos are subscribed than watch the typical videos, which I think is kind of interesting, because we might almost think of it the other way. My expectation would be the opposite way around. So if you understood anything that I just said, hit the subscribe button. If, however, you didn't understand anything I just said, then hit the subscribe button. Okay. If you want to support the channel with a small donation, $1 or $2, $5, $20, anything like that, to help keep this show on the road, I'd very much appreciate it. You can use the QR code, or you can enter in this web address here, the paypal.me/markowskiart. If you do so, it takes you to this page where you can safely donate to support the channel. You can also donate via e-transfer, check in the mail, or the YouTube Super Chat while we're here live. The links to all of those things are down in the description below. I don't post it right here because I literally get a dozen weird spammy emails from Russian trolls every day, and that's those that have taken that extra little thing to go and find that information and contact me. If I posted it right there on the screen, I would get double all that, and so it takes time to go through all that. Again, quick reminder to join the Facebook group and upload your work to the Facebook group. Everything we're seeing on screen over this past few hours and the next 3 or 4 hours is stuff that people have uploaded to the Facebook group. So if you're like, how do I get Michael to talk about my work? This is the way to get Michael to talk about your work. That's me, Michael. Not Mark, as often people might say. I'm Michael. Okay, so oh, there. So let's try that again. There we go. So let's go in alphabetical order this time, so that again, Barbara, we don't want Barbara to get stuck not having me cover her work for a second straight episode. So let's we got a few here from her at the very top. take a look at these here. Wow, these look great. Okay, so Barbara's sort of upping the game a little bit by painting these flowers on cardstock and then cutting them out and gluing them again onto another piece. So that gives it this kind of, we see a little bit of the edges, so they're not fully glued down, right? It's, you know, I get the feeling I could stick my finger underneath and peel these off if I really wanted to. So that's kind of a smart thing, because, you know, some people when they glue things down go cover all the way all these edges, and then we would get a seamless quality, and we would be less likely to see a shadow there. We'd see a little bit, but it wouldn't be quite as strong as we see, let's say, particularly down here on the bottom. I think that works really well. Like, it really gives, there's a nice kind of dimension that we see here, right? And it's also kind of a fun thing that, you know, in the way that you've painted these flowers, I mean, there's a little bit of, you know, these gradients, you know, lighter and darker areas, but it's not like we've got like strong shadows or anything from overlapping flower petals. So it's interesting that, you know, what you've cut out is the thing that creates those shadows. You know, I've seen people do similar things like this. Instead of just like one layer of cutout, we could have multiple layers on top. And then sometimes people will even take little bits of foam core and glue an image onto the foam core, so that the paper, rather than just sort of stacking one on top of another, kind of like this, each one is sort of floating a little bit over the surface, and that can create even more dramatic shadows and can look kind of cool. But I mean, I think this looks fantastic. It's also, this will fit into an envelope or into a frame much easier than if we started to build up that that surface layering. Senga says, did you do the Ukrainian women? I'm not sure which Ukrainian women you're talking about, but maybe the Kasperovych painting we did at the very, very beginning of the episode. Or near the very beginning of the episode, yeah. So it probably was about an hour and a half ago, if you're looking for that one. Murtaza says, these wonderful floral paintings will suit fruity and floral aromas such as roses, lilies, and jasmine. By the way, Adelheid and woody aromas remind me of childhood in West Flanders, Belgium. Interesting. Murtaza says, yes, Michael, I think olfactory modalities are the least used, from which we receive the least amount of sensory information. So it is undervalued. My favorite aroma is powder, Adelheid, and woody notes. Barbara says, yay, I'm first in the cube. Yes. So these look great. I really like how that looks, Barbara. That's really, it's kind of neat seeing kind of the evolution of this type of work from the previous ones we looked at the beginning of the episode to these ones. So it makes me very intrigued to see, like, wow, you know, what in a few more months, what new innovation will you come up with? Is this? Oh, okay, I thought it might be cut off. Using warm red for the input image to create a whole new look for this very quick, very big still life. No drawing. So I think what you also said, how you didn't sketch this out or use an image transfer process. You just went right in with the paintbrush and started to paint the outlines. Right, that takes a lot of courage. You got to be pretty bold and pretty confident to be able to do something like that and to pull it off. You know, yes, lots of the great masters throughout history would do some of the things that like Barbara's doing. I would discourage, if you're a beginner painter, from trying to do that or this, because that's pretty advanced. Like, you kind of have to have a developed sense of composition before you just start directly painting onto the painting, because without a strong structure for your painting, aka drawing, it's pretty hard for even the most beautiful application of paint to be able to compensate for, you know, a poorly structured composition. Which is why learning to draw is so important for being able to paint better. And so I always encourage people, take a drawing class. Take my free drawing class here on YouTube. You will, even if you don't pick up a paintbrush for a few months and you just draw, you will see the quality of your paintings go through the roof. Because whether you're aware of it, even if you're doing the image transfer process, you're like, I don't need to know anything about drawing because I'm just using your templates, Michael. I'm telling you, even if you're just using the templates, knowing how to draw will help you make those paintings better, especially if there's you're painting and you lose some of those details. You're like, where does the eye go? Right? If you know a little bit about drawing, you're like, okay, I think the eye would be right there. I'll just draw it in. I don't even worry about it, right? So, what's to say? I think it looks great. I think you said something like maybe you painted the background after you painted the flowers. So I do see a little bit of that. Obviously, I can. For some people, that's more time consuming. Oops, where did that go? For some people, it's more time consuming because you're kind of have to going in and around all of these different things, as opposed to painting that background first and then just painting the leaves directly on top. I think when it comes to painting, there's no real shortcut. Some might shave off, 10, 15 minutes here or there, but ultimately, either way, whatever route you take, you're gonna have to pay the Pied Piper, right? It's pretty hard to. So anyway, I like how this turned out. Is there anything? What could I offer? I mean, I was gonna say maybe the stems under the flowers, right under here, could be a little bit darker. Maybe not even all of them, because some of them might be not in shadow. But the other thing too, often with water, is, and I think I see this happen, you've done a really great job, where the stems sort of appear to kind of break, like they kind of go into the water and then they kind of reappear slightly askew, which is due to kind of the refraction of light in water and inside the glass. So I think that works really well. Like, you've got this stem going here and then it reappears there, so that works really well. One thing that could help would be, let's see. So we've got this vase. Is that showing up on camera? Yeah. And then you've got your water. Rather than the water going right to the edge, one kind of a little trick sometimes people do. So let's just imagine this is that the water, because this is the thickness of the glass, the vase, right? The water doesn't go right to the edges. We have this oval shape here. So, and then you may even have like some reflections in front of the water. So taking a little bit of white, maybe even just a little bit of glaze, and just doing a little kind of bit of white on there. Like looking at other vases where you'll see little highlights, maybe a little lighter spotlights kind of popping on there. I think that kind of thing. Now that's not the end of the world here. Like, I think you can keep it like this, but just something to maybe kind of think about in the future is just leaving a little gap on the sides. Yeah, I think that's good. Wow. When I saw this on Facebook, I'm like, holy smokes, Kathy, that's great. Is this the original? I think it's kind of an improvement on the original. That beautiful blue definitely would be something that Vincent van Gogh himself would approve of. That's beautiful. I don't trying to think of anything to say. I mean, what is there to say? I think this is exquisitely painted. I'd say maybe these sunflowers are a little bit on the reddish side. Maybe they want to be a little bit more orangey. I wouldn't touch it. I wouldn't touch it at all. I mean, I love this contrast, this baby blue. It does probably make the orange bulbs of the sunflowers probably seem more red than they might actually be, just because blue and red are super high contrasting colors, right? So that orange is going to bring out the blue in the blue, and the blue is going to bring out the reds in these oranges, if that makes sense. I mean, that's just beautiful. That's cool. Like, that's I'm glad that you've framed this, because this is definitely yeah, very cool. Well done, Barbara. Oh, Barbara says, I sold the sunflowers. It was my first sale. Wow. That is awesome. Wow. Okay, here's another one. Kathy's Frank Johnson's Crystal Weather. We did this one, I think, right? There's a beautiful birch tree nearby. You want to get some of that in this. Oh, okay, so you changed the trees. Beautiful. I switched the season to spring with snow melting. I think you said in the full comment you weren't so happy with the foreground. Okay, so why might that be happening? Why are you less enthused about the foreground? Okay. Well, so this is an interesting image. So the original painting that Frank Johnston did, who was one of the members of the group of 7, is this sort of takes place in the middle of winter. The whole ground is covered in snow, and I can't even remember, is the river, is it ice or was it flowing? I can't remember offhand. But that means that we probably have a little bit less darker shapes quite like this in the foreground, but there are some shadows in the snow. I think, if I recall, overall, this whole painting is relatively kind of, I mean, there's some bright colors. I remember these blues being really beautiful like that. But in a way, the rest of the painting is a bit more muted. I think one thing is that these buildings in the background are kind of on the darker side of things. Like, I think if there was a little bit more, it looks like there's a little bit of gray painted over top of them. I think they could even be more light or lighter. I think they that would help push them further into the distance. Okay, hopefully I was able to mute that right before I sneezed right into the camera. I should have, instead of being like, oh, I'm gonna sneeze, or sneeze right into the microphone there. I think it's because these birch trees, they're basically white and they look lovely. In the original, I think I don't know what kind of trees they were, but they're darker. So that means that the buildings in the background don't have to be so subtle, because they're not really working in opposition to the trees. Whereas here they kind of are. Same sort of thing, these kind of sticks or whatever they are sticking out of the water. I think those need to be a bit darker, or at least where they kind of go into the water. Maybe they're a little bit darker on one side. It's hard to tell where the light's coming from in this painting. Maybe the light's coming straight down from above. I mean, looks like a relatively clear day, so the shadows would be probably pretty pronounced. The other thing too is we want to see some shadows on the snow. And what I would expect to see is if the snow is sort of sitting there, almost kind of like on top of the grass, like this it's kind of like an Albertan thing. But I remember, because I don't, snow is a little bit different everywhere you go. But I remember as a kid, sometimes towards spring, you might have these. Sometimes the snow on the top might be there, but underneath it's starting to kind of melt as the air gets underneath and starts melting from below. And you might sometimes you have these like pockets, and you feel this when you step on it, that you step and then the whole snow kind of collapses down onto the grass. So I kind of feel like that could be possible here. We would have a little bit of a shadow on these edges underneath the snow for some of the grass, potentially. We might also have a little bit of shadows on different parts of the snow where we have little lumps. So I think that would help. The darker we get some of these things in the foreground, some of those little shadows, and again, clarifying exactly what's going on here on the water would help. I think you're right there. Like I think really what we're just talking about is just glazing with a little bit of black and maybe even a little bit of blue. You could even use this cool blue in there. Well, maybe a little bit of warm blue for the shadows under the snow in that grass. But again, I'm just talking very minor tweaks. And I think even when I did this painting, I think there were some of these rocks, and I kind of feel like I put some of those rocks into some of these places here where they weren't really there, but just to kind of, because these rocks are working really well there, and I just sort of borrowed them, moved them into these areas, just so people are like, oh, that's just another big rock, that this rock formation almost follows it to the beach. And I don't think Frank Johnston did that in his, but well, look at all these comments here. Where am I? Pascal gave some Van Gogh paintings to his doctor. Barbara says, my dentist has artworks in his office. He's using it to sell paintings, having them in a medical office. Oh, cool. You got your paintings in your hairdresser's salon. If she sells it, we're splitting the proceeds. Very smart. Okay, moving right along. Here's another one Kathy did here. This is Peter Doig's painting 100 years ago. I love this painting. Very strange kind fantastic, disquieting kind of scene of this weird figure in this big long canoe in the middle of the lake. It's been on my list for a while. Yeah, I think this is fantastic. I don't know what else can we offer here, Kathy. That looks great. This background here also reminds me a lot of Böcklin's The Isle of Dead, which is coming up, although it probably might do it for Halloween or something. Very famous painting. Not so well known today, but at one point was very famous. And so I think that's what Peter Doig is kind of suggesting in the background. So we'll do that painting coming up soon. But otherwise, looks beautiful. Wow, there's a huge birch tree in a local park. Wow. That looks great. I would probably suggest using a little bit of black, actual black in these benches, like on the, kind of do a little bit of outlining on the bottom side here. That's going to help pull those benches and might even help give it a little bit more dimension. Could look a little bit flat right here. So a little bit of black on the bottom, around the legs. That would be awesome. You've got this area at the very bottom of the painting here too. I would be like, you know, you've got so you got this tree, right? And you got your benches back here. But then you've got all this kind of empty space down here. What I would do would be to kind of put very subtle kind of like almost maybe I'll draw these a little bit darker so you can kind of see. You probably wouldn't want to go this dark. But these just little, you know, you could just do this with a glaze of different kind of green. So just like little little, I don't want to I keep thinking of like striations. Not striations. Let's just quickly look at oops. So just sort of like looking at grass. Come on. So you can see here this photo. Look how grass, like, you can, if it helps, even kind of squinting your eyes a little bit so you're not looking at the detail. And if you do that and you look, when I see this, I see these sort of like stripes going across. Some that are lighter, some that are darker. And yeah, maybe it has to do with a little bit of how the lawn was mowed kind of thing. But even if you look at just, you know, wild grass, like not like in a field, yeah, and maybe you could say, oh, isn't that the clouds? Yeah, maybe a bit, but it helps to kind of, it's almost like on water. We do the same thing on water. Those horizontal lines also emphasize the flatness of that space. That versus what I see these sort of like these little spots. And they even, like, some of these even look like they're going vertical. And so what those do is it can suggest that it's like a wall. That if you can almost imagine that, let's say this is a grassy wall like, or some baseball. What is it? Is it in Boston? The Green Monster, or there's one baseball stadium where the outfield has a wall of vines, right? So you can almost, like, this is a wall of vines with like a walkway on the top, but you got to be careful. There should be a railing here, because somebody could be walking along here and fall down into a pool or something here, right? So we want this, instead of looking like a wall of grass, to looking like a flat space. And by putting some of those horizontal kind of striations across, it emphasizes the horizontality of that plane versus the vertical quality. There's Ari in the chat. Great to see you, Ari, there. We've talked about a bunch of your work recently, so it's in the. If you go back, you'll be able to find. I think I was just talking about your work maybe half hour ago. So, but great stuff, Ari, as always, of course. Okay, great job, Kathy. Let's move on here. So this is Selena. Oops. Okay, Debris Sears is coming up after this. Okay. Man, my phone. Okay, so Selena, excellent stuff here. So here's a bunch of recent paintings you've done. Now, some of these are by artists that I recognize, some I don't recognize. Some of them we did in class, some of them by artists we did in class that we feature, but not these particular artworks. So I'm not familiar with this particular painting. If this is inspired by a previous painting, it is quite bold though. This, you know, basically you've got two colors. You've got red and yellow and black, right? And the composition, it almost looks like there's this woman's. It almost looks like this woman has wandered into a Pierre Mondrian painting. Pierre Mondrian, famous for his abstract paintings that feature grids with yellow, red, and blue. Right, so. Right, so there's your typical Pierre Mondrian painting. So in that sense, it's kind of funny. It's kind of neat. If it was to be real Pierre Mondrian, we probably want to have more white. I'd say in Mondrian paintings, white takes about 50% of the composition, and then we probably want a little bit of blue. Not that you need it, you know, but I don't know. Maybe this is just purely by accident that it looks like that. But that's kind of cool. I like that. I do think maybe these legs, there's something about that back leg that it kind of almost looks like she's stepping on her own toes, that this one leg in the front, you know, or it could be could possibly be like a ballet position, right? But anyway, I think we'd want to see that other leg a little bit more. Again, I don't know if this is based on somebody's work. Oh, maybe this is a Richard Diebenkorn. I could see this being a Diebenkorn, now that I see that that name is an artist, oops, that you were looking at. So Richard Diebenkorn, kind of a California abstract painter, he did things like where you have streets So he's painting kind of landscapes that at some point sort of look like streets, like this is like grass and water and a beach, and then they would sometimes just become totally abstract like this. And maybe if we look long enough, we would find what your painting might have been based on. That's cool. I like that. That's interesting. I don't know if this is based on somebody's work. This does remind me of what's that movie, La La Land? You know, where they're probably maybe one of the most famous scenes of that movie, which did not actually win the Academy Award for Best Picture, if you remember that whole kerfluffle, which now seems very tame compared to what happened just a few years later with Will Smith attacking Chris Rock, right? But if you remember, they mistakenly gave the award to La La Land. Anyway, there's that famous scene where they do a dance at the top of, I don't know if it's like Mulholland Drive overlooking Los Angeles. I will say, so I don't know what inspired this painting. It is quite bold to have these figures kind of off to the side, and for there to be so much empty red space down here. You know, essentially, like let's just say this part of the painting, you know, is what most people would consider the central part of the painting, or where you've got the figures. So you've got this sort of like horseshoe space here that some might consider to be unused. From a traditional compositional approach, from a traditional compositional viewpoint, this is unused space. From a more avant-garde point of view, though, it becomes like you are trying to emphasize the landscape and minimize these people off to the right. That this is, it's almost like these people are almost kind of intruding into the image, right? It's like, I'm sure we've all been there. You want to you're traveling on a holiday or something, and you see this beautiful, picturesque landscape. You get your camera up to take a picture, and then some bumbling tourist kind of just wanders right into, like, we see this a lot. Like, there's a video I saw on the internet. It's making the rounds of a couple that's proposing, and the guy gets down onto his knees, and he's clearly got the camera set up kind of to capture this beautiful sunset of the proposal. And then right in the foreground, this like couple just sort of walk and stand right in front of the camera, and they're chewing on a candy bar. We've seen this with, like, people setting their cameras up on, in front of a mountain, and there's going to be a proposal, and then a squirrel comes and stands, looks right into the camera, right? So I would say that's pretty bold choice. I mean, it's so bold that it's like, wow, okay, that's pretty wild. I kind of like it. I kind of like that choice was made. I do kind of want a bit of a payoff down here somewhere. Like on the top, we've got a little bit of a payoff because we've got the sky that isn't on the right side. So that's kind of nice. We've got a little bit of that. Like, I almost kind of want to see the grid of the streets of Los Angeles down here. Just a little hint of it, you know, like the if you've ever been up. I used to live in Los Angeles, and so. Okay, so this is if you ever go up to Griffith Observatory, which is very close to where La La Land, that scene was filmed, you get this at night, this really beautiful viewpoint where you can see the grid of the streets of Los Angeles just sort of go off in infinite to the horizon. And it's beautiful. Lots of people, lots of photographs, you know. James Dean's Rebel Without a Cause, the final climactic scene takes place up here. You know, it's whether you're even aware of it or not, you've seen it in countless movies, and La La Land, of course, does that. So part of me kind of wants to see a little bit of a grid, that those lights just, or even kind of the glow of the lights coming up over the hedge here. And then part of me wants to see something taking place down here, like a little cat watching this, or I don't know, a candy bar wrapper on the ground, or I don't know what it would be, but there's something. It feels like I want something to counterbalance that. Anyway, let's move on. So here's another. So it seems like you really like these very asymmetrical compositions, because once again we've got this vase of flowers here on the right, and then on, you know, the over half of the composition is very simple, almost an abstract painting. I don't know if this is another Richard Diebenkorn painting or not, maybe, because it just, again, kind of looks like a Diebenkorn, right? Which is what I think this might be. And if we look, yeah, so Diebenkorn did things like this, where again you see he's got this big open area of the picture that is, there's not a lot of detail there, whereas up here it's just jammed full of all sorts of things. So, you know, he either, this is a painting of his or something you were inspired by, and you like a lot of that breathing space, which is the way a lot of artists or photographers, filmmakers would look at this area. Is because not necessarily, you don't have to fill up a canvas full of stuff. Sometimes there is just one little thing off to the side and lots of kind of empty space there. Murtaza says the red and yellow reminds me of the geometric hues of the Rubik's Cube, or even the Art Deco style. Interesting. Could be. Oh, I love. Okay, so this episode we did, I don't know how long ago, the Emerita Shergill. I love this. This was a really fun painting. Was it just the one painting or two of hers? Anyway, she's a great artist in and of herself. This is, I think, a painting of her friend, if I recall. And you've done a really great job, Selena. So, don't know what I can offer here. I remember when we did this episode, there was a lot of people really liked this painting, and a lot of people did their own versions of it. So if you haven't done that and you're looking for a painting to do, and maybe you're newer to the channel, this might be one to jump back to. Here's the Frida Kahlo painting. This is from one of the very first episodes we teaching painting class episode. This is before even the Master Study series. This is the intro painting class. I love these little simple paintings that Frida did. I think it might have even been part of her education as an artist when she first got with Diego Rivera. So looks great. I love the purples and the shadows as opposed to just black. That's a really nice use of contrasting colors. Okay. And then Selena's got a few here. This one, I think this is the original Monet. Okay, yeah, there's his signature down there. And then here's Selena's version of it. Said you really wanted some feedbacks on how to improve. I don't know, I love how this looks. Is it different than what Monet did? Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so first of all, I think it's great. I wouldn't touch it. I would keep it. I mean, it was absolutely gorgeous, beautiful. It reminds me a little bit of Jackson Pollock's teacher. Thomas Hart Benton. There we go. A little bit. So Thomas Hart Benton is known for these kind of, I mean, he's very similar, from the same kind of American regionalist style as Grant Wood, who did the American Gothic. You know, the I think it's not. I was gonna say husband and wife, but if I recall, it's not husband. It's father and daughter, right? No, it's. I gotta revisit that. Anyway, these kind of very smooth shapes. We also saw that in Lauren Harris paintings. All right, so there's your American Gothic by Grant Wood. We also did these types of paintings too. So anyway, when I look at your version, I feel a little bit of that. I love the way you've painted the sky. I like how it's kind of a little bit, it's white down here, and then as we go up, it kind of gets darker. That's beautiful. I mean, I would say, you know, if I was to tinker with anything, I feel like maybe some of these flowers in the foreground are a little bit sloppy. Like, I think if we went back, and we don't have to paint over all of them, but let's say that we just took 20 minutes just to be a little bit more precise about some of these dots. And we just make them a little bit more round. Because right now they do look kind of like, maybe you're getting like, oh, I've been working on this forever. You're just like, I think the key is you're just doing little one, little one, little one, as opposed to those kind of little, because they kind of, to me, these are the signs of like a paintbrush that as it swooshes down, like I see this type of brush stroke a lot. So you kind of want, maybe take your brush and just do little kind of spin marks, or you just kind of very carefully paint little circles. I think that would be a little bit of an improvement, just because it looks a little bit messy here, and then when you look at the sky and these trees, it's so precise and clean, and so I feel like kind of maybe the foreground lets us down a little bit down there. If you're trying to get closer to what Monet did, one thing is that it's a kind of a feature of Impressionism anyway, is that the boundaries between let's say the landscape and the sky are kind of blurry. Like there's, I mean, that's what people talked about all the time, especially when they found out that Claude Monet was legally blind. Is like, this guy just can't see. That's why everything's kind of blurry, right? And so what he's doing is he's taking some of these blues and they're overlapping, intruding onto the tree, and then the colors of the tree are kind of going the other way and intruding into the sky. So there's not a defined edge, as opposed to, let's say, if we go back to Grant Wood or Thomas Hart Benton. You know, these are contained shapes that are impermeable, right? Whereas Monet, these are like semi-permeable membranes, right? If you go back to your grade 10 science class of cells, right? These are all like, there's holes in them and they're leaking and they're not defined. So that's why I was saying your paintings actually remind me more of those like early 20th century paint, 1930s WPA era kind of artists, where there's more definition, right? I mean, you got a little bit of what Monet is doing here with these leaves kind of coming out into in front. Another thing that Impressionists use a lot of is mixing a lot of white into every color, right? So everything starts having this very pastel-like quality. And that's one of the differences between Impressionism and Post-Impressionism, is that the Impressionists used a lot of white. They wanted these kind of very light, dreamlike kind of qualities, versus the Post-Impressionists like Vincent van Gogh and Paul Gauguin start to use colors like right out of the tube, or using less white, less tinting. And so then we start seeing much bolder contrast, and then that reaches its zenith with Fauvism about 15 years after, right, in the early 1900s. So, I don't know. I know you want some tips on maybe how to improve it, but I think it was beautiful. I would just consider cleaning up a little bit of these, and you know, maybe even, you know, so you do, let's say 30, you go over, not all of them, because you don't need to do all of them, but you'll say you go over 30 of these little white spots, make them a little bit more, just clean them up, make them look a little more precise, and then maybe in 10 of them you put a little reds or yellow spot in the center for the center of the flower, right? So again, you don't do all of them, because not only would it take a long time, but you know, flowers aren't always pointing right at us. Sometimes they're pointing away from us and we just see the petals, but we don't see the center. Barbara had to sign off. Well, I'm glad Barbara, I had a chance to talk about Barbara's work. Here's Selena. So this is Bonnard, was also, he's like a post-impressionist, like the Les Nabis movement kind of is this movement that happens right between Fauvism and post-impressionism in like 1895-ish kind of thing. That's beautiful. I love how this one turned out. I dare say that it looks better than mine. I love the way that you did the sky too, with those overlapping indistinct brushstrokes. That's a really nice job of that sky. Like, if I was to redo this painting, I would definitely steal this idea for the sky, because I'm not, if I recall, I wasn't super pleased with how I resolved that. Looks great. Okay, moving right along. Okay. So we're 3.5 hours into this episode, my goodness. Okay, so we got some paintings by Deborah. We got about 6 or so of Deborah's artworks to go. Let's see these. Where should we start? How about we'll start here with one of the older ones. So, My Mystical Magical Playground, I think is the title for this, Deborah. I've worked on this for some time, but still not finished. Okay, I think it's gorgeous. So what I think is fun is you've got this, and then you've got these kind of reference photos for some family that you want to insert into this picture. So you took these images, and then you've painted these figures, let's say, sitting on top of a mushroom, sitting in the tree branches. That's great. It's kind of fun to look at this and you see these little things there. So I'm just trying to figure out. So these are trees, though, right? So those are trees in front of the moonlight. So what is this area here? Because this looks like sky. This looks like stars in the sky. Like at first I look at this and I see this is a horizon line. And then all these things are taking place in front of the sky. But then we've got these trees up here. So technically that means all of this black area here is not actually sky with stars, but grass, like really dark mountain hillside. Because originally I was like, well, how are these, what's going on with these guys floating in the air here? But I guess they are, I'm not sure what this is, like they are on the hill that's in the background overlooking the ground. The one thing with that, though, is if this little fairy can sit on a mushroom like that, then she must be pretty small, right? She's about the same size as this butterfly. Same with this guy who's sitting on this branch. This guy here. But if these guys are kneeling on the hill way back behind there, then they must be life size, so that if they were actually standing next to this mushroom, like they would be 10 times the size of this fairy, right? Like they could step on her. So I'm not sure if that's the story that's going on here, that these guys are like humans that see these little fairies and miniature figures dancing around in the garden, and they're just sitting there observing them, or if they are also intended to be in the garden as little kind of Smurf-like characters. My instinct would be to say that they should actually be part of the flowers, that they are I would assume the same size as all the other figures, so they're very, very small. So I would figure that they're sitting on a leaf or something. Also, these trees back here are a little bit confusing, because it's okay for them to be there, but then this black in behind, all of this, I think those white spots should go away. So if this is grass, then we would probably want to add some texture of like little grass or trees. It might be easier just to just paint over these trees in the background, remove them so that they just become the sky again, and reapply the speckles all over. You just have to be careful not to get, you want to kind of have an even number of them everywhere. Deborah says, I'm sorry, Michael, this is all imagination. Well, yes, totally. Yeah, and you know, some of my favorite artworks are purely imaginative. But I think within every artwork there's a logic, right? There's like I just saw the movie Fantastic Four the other day, which I highly recommend. I think it's fantastic. But it's also totally weird, right? It takes place in some parallel dimension, Earth, in 1,000 years ago on Earth, but they've got a kind of slightly more advanced society, and so, but there's a consistent logic in here. Deborah says, you are allowed to get lost. It's not real. I agree. Again, I guess I'm just, so I guess I guess maybe these trees float in space then, right? So you've got maybe areas where you've got, like, maybe these are ghost trees, right? But yeah, I think maybe putting some, I think it just seems, and again, that's one of those things that, I mean, I've done that same thing dozens of times in my own artwork. Is I start working on something and then my ideas kind of change. I'm like, oh, I think I want to put this, and then I'm like, well, now that's not gonna work. So sometimes, like, that's caused me to restart a painting and kind of rejig the composition around a little bit so that it makes a little bit more logical sense. Rift in space. Could be, yeah, it could be. I mean, maybe then if that's happening, maybe we would see more color or something there, like a tear in the world behind here. Something to think about, though. Again, I think it's exceptionally well painted, so I'm just trying to kind of help maybe you see how maybe someone looking at this painting objectively might try to see it, right? Let's go to this one here. Bon Echo. Should have done this in acrylic instead of watercolors. Attempt at plein air with watercolors. Everyone paints the rock. Bon Echo Cliff. No one paints it with my sneakers. Not sure. So I guess this is a particular location where maybe across the water here people paint these rocks. Like maybe there's a few places like that I've been to where there's, like, it's a former quarry, like for harvesting marble and stuff, and then sometimes they abandon it, and it rains in there and just becomes like a pool, a swimming place, and sometimes people graffiti all over it just because they don't like nice things. I think, is that what I'm seeing here? And this might be a tree branch. I like that you went out and made a painting outside, all plein air, as they say, out in the open. I think beautiful job on your shoes. I like the shadow that's happening here. Really cool. Great job. Trying to think of anything I can offer. No, I mean, the other thing I could say is, sometimes I like doing the same sort of thing. I've done drawings like that where I actually draw my sketchbook in the bottom of the drawing. So, like, I'm drawing a landscape, and sometimes in my own drawing I have the top of my sketchbook in my drawing of the landscape, and then part of that, there's those kind of windows within one another. Those are your grandkids in this painting. I love it. Yeah, I think it's fantastic. I love this idea of taking all these pictures and fitting all these people in there. Okay, and then this is your funky daughter, as you said. It looks better in real life. And so there's your painting. There's the photo that's based on. I think you've done a great job of capturing her as a painting. What can I say? The hair, exceptionally well done. Very hard to do that. What can I offer in terms of help here? Well, one thing, actually, I brought, when I was looking at this, thinking, so James Gurney, we did a painting by James Gurney, I think it was like Castle in the Clouds years ago. This is a page I scanned from one of his books called Color and Light, a guide for the realist painter. And I always really liked the way he sort of describes what's going on here. And he's got this great image here, some sculpture of Abraham Lincoln. But he talks about kind of the different color zones of the face. And that kind of on the forehead we tend to have a bit more of a yellowish color. In the middle zone, which really features like your cheeks and your nose and ears, it tends to be a little bit more reddish. And then the chin, lips area tends to be a little bit more on the blue side. Now they don't tend to be quite so dramatic as this. And he shows kind of in this painting by Cezanne, right, that you've got kind of more yellow up here. You've got red in the ears and cheeks and nose. And then in the jaw and chin, we've got kind of blues and greens feature more prominently there. So, if I was to go back to your painting here, I think what you may want to consider doing is just bringing a bit more of these rosy colors into the cheeks. And I would just do that with a glaze, like 90% glazing fluid or 95 with 5% warm red, just putting little bits onto the cheeks, maybe little bits in and around the eyes, and then maybe just ever so slightly taking some blue, warm blue, very lightly glazing that in, just kind of more of the shadowy areas. And the top of the head I think is fine. You know, I don't think you'd want to go too crazy here, because you can just sort of keep that as your control and add a little bit of red, a little bit of greenish blue down here, just to get a little bit closer to the original, right? And we can even see that a little bit in the photograph, where you almost kind of notice that this part of the photo is a little bit more blue and green purpley versus kind of this area being a little bit more on the reddish side, and this area particularly kind of up at the top being a little bit more on the yellowy side. Now of course there's yellow kind of throughout the image, but we're just sort of focusing on kind of amplifying a little bit of that. Again, I don't know how much, I don't know if you'd want to put any yellow up there, but I might just bump up the warm reds a little bit more, like flush a little bit more warmth into the center of her face. The other thing that I think I've mentioned many times is you got to be really careful with teeth. That when we're painting or drawing teeth, you kind of want to go very light, right? Like I would almost be tempted to take glazing fluid with like 5% white and just paint right over top of all the teeth, including the lines between the teeth, or even just painting over top of these lines between the teeth with that glaze with a tiny bit of white, just to kind of take away some of the pretty strong contrast between those teeth. Now, we can actually even see here, you know, that these teeth on the, at least on the left here, that there's very little division between them. And even this one doesn't even appear to go all the way down, dividing them. We see a little bit of that on the right. So I think, again, when you're painting teeth or drawing teeth, less is more. The more you define teeth, the more fang-like they can appear. Other little things, notice, so in terms of her smile, like notice these areas of her cheeks here, especially down there. Look how they're kind of just a little bit darker, right? As her, you know, as we smile, it kind of creates this kind of, you know, our skin's kind of flat, smile, all this kind of bunches up here. So it's going to be a little bit, again, you got to do this very subtly, because otherwise it can start to look kind of clown-like. But just kind of adding a little bit more there just makes it kind of, her cheeks kind of bunch up a little bit. I also notice, you can see in her face that this line is pretty straight versus yours. It's kind of come up and it's a little bit more pronounced, this here. Now I don't know if I would change that though. I'm just trying to think about, I'm just trying to think about maybe, I think I would leave all these. I'm just deciding, would I want to have a little bit more defined space here? That might make her face all of a sudden look very kind of narrow. So maybe I would just keep it like that. I think you're 10% away from this being a masterpiece. I think we just need maybe a little bit more warmth on her cheeks. Maybe I would soften up the teeth so they're not so, you know, so well defined. And maybe that's it. Ari says, funny, her hair colors is exactly opposite to the rules of color in the face. Yeah. Interesting. I didn't even notice that. Yeah, you got your blue up top, you got your kind of red in the center, and then yellow near the bottom. Okay, Deborah's talking about the cliffs. Deborah says, what about the eyebrows? Are they too dark? I don't know. I mean, one thing, what I'll do is I'll look at the original and my own artwork and squint my eyes, and I look at that. So if you do that while you're looking at these, I think you'd find that the eyebrows are probably exactly as dark as they need to go. I do think that maybe the top eyelids, that could be darker, and just sort of widening that, darkening that on both sides. All right, I think that might help a little bit. And then I also notice this shadow on her nose is more pronounced than here, whereas you've kind of totally de-emphasized the shadow on the nose, which is also, though, quite typical, especially on more feminine portraits. People tend to de-emphasize the nose, so you may not want to do that at all. because it's going to make the nose more pronounced, and some people don't like having a very pronounced nose, regardless of how it appears in the original. I don't know. It looks great. So I'm just trying to... I'm nitpicking a little bit because I'm like, oh... What, I think we're like, as I said, like 30 brushstrokes from being able to make this exactly the way you want. And I do feel that, like, you've captured her essence really well here, right? Like, just the facial features, they're all in exactly the right place. So that's really good. That's very hard to do. Anyway, should probably move on here, but great job, Deborah. Okay, Emily. I made this a year ago using the live video. It just makes me so happy. I agree. This looks fantastic. Makes me so happy that people make their own artwork and put it on their own walls. I mean, obviously this is originally by Van Gogh, but it's a painting that you painted yourself. And I just think it's, you know, when friends come over, like, oh, that's cool. That's that famous Van Gogh. Where did you buy that print? You're like, oh, I didn't buy the print. I painted it myself. You're like, what? That's crazy. Deborah says, thank you. I need you to nitpick because I'm not happy. I think you're really close, Deborah. You're really, really close. Here's Emily's. This is done in Procreate. Interesting. So this is a digital artwork. It looks like it's done with chalk pastel. Wow. That's pretty good. It is amazing how those digital tools are getting better and better to the point where it becomes harder and harder to identify. Like, if you didn't say that was Procreate, I would absolutely think that this is like soft colored pencils or chalk pastel. Wow. And Emily's version of Sphinx by Frederick Varley. I would never have known about this painting if it wasn't for the class. This looks beautiful. Great color mixing. I love how that kind of blends and swirls together. What I mean, this is a... I love this painting. Obviously, we focused on a class, but I think you did a great job, Emily. Especially like the sky. That turned out beautifully. Like, just these... Everything just glows, doesn't it? Really well done. Holy smokes. Okay, so... Shabbat Poodles. And, so this is also done on Procreate. Which, you know, not surprising because we see, like, how perfect those circles are. I like that you've added texture, though. I really appreciate that there's those textures in the image. That makes a big difference because I think without this texture, or maybe stippling, I'm not exactly sure how you're getting that effect. If that's a brush or you scanned in a texture. But, yeah, that's... that. Otherwise, I think this would feel very flat. And like you said, you want to evoke the felt quality of Panchenko, right? Who did this painting, or did the original one in felt as well. Is that Christina or Christina? I could have just maybe misspelt that when I was copying and pasting it. So after my 11 a.m. to what's 20? I can never remember that clock. 20 is 8 p.m. So anyway, after a 9-hour job, I decided to steal some peaceful moments for myself and created this painting. Drawing connects me to myself. Drawing connects me with myself. And it feels like you have two different lives. Wow. It's very profound. Yes, sometimes... Well, I mean, I literally... I feel that, one of the reasons why in my drawing class I focus on doing a warm-up beforehand, and why in my painting classes I really like doing the imprimatura, because I consider that kind of a warm-up technique to help kind of create a separation between this creative mindset and whatever was happening before I start painting. When you're thinking about all the stuff you got to do and places you got to be and things you got to buy and all this kind of stuff, and then you get into it's very hard to make artwork when you're in that mindset. So it definitely does feel like sometimes two different people. There's the one person who's very creative, and there's the other person who takes care of business kind of stuff. Okay, I think that's beautiful. I don't know what else I can say here. I mean, I will say that these colors, they've got a very Easter kind of palette, because all of them have a lot of white in there, which can sometimes be a feature of less expensive paints. Like if you go to the dollar store, all of those paints are like 95% white with a little bit of color, being they're always going to have a kind of a pastel quality. Not that that's necessarily a bad thing, because as we talked about, Claude Monet uses a lot of white in his paintings. Everything's got a very pastel quality. But you may want to consider trying to do some of these with a little bit more saturated color with less white. Like I don't know if you added white to these paints, but let's say for instance the tree branch and the birds, maybe little to no white in there. And that's going to create you'll notice the space that all of a sudden appears in this picture is going to be dramatically deeper. Because right now, with all of those colors having a similar kind of values, meaning the value is the contrast between light and dark, if they're all the same sort of value, then the space inside that picture is going to be really narrow. Versus if you have a high contrast between value, you got something black and gray and white, all of a sudden that space just can go infinitely deep. And really great artists use that contrast of value. Many people would even say, most artists, when I was in art school, most artists would say that value is by far the most important part of painting. That essentially, if a painting can look good in black and white, then it's going to look great in color. Versus if a painting, if we make it go all black or go into black and white, and we don't have a lot of contrast, then it's maybe a little bit less successful. So for instance, let's go here using the free tools within Preview. And where's our saturation slider? Let's slide the saturation all the way to the left. So basically turning this painting into a black and white painting. And just for the sake, let's brighten this whole thing up, because there's some shadows on there. So you notice when I do that, all of these colors, they start to kind of, we can no longer really tell whether this is yellow or blue or green or orange or purple, whatever it might be. They all sort of kind of look like the same color or the same value. They're all the same level of gray. The only thing that is really distinct from any of that is the outlines that you've put on the birds, which is great. I think if we did not have those outlines, this picture, those birds would literally disappear in this instance. Now, again, every rule is made to be broken in art, and if you ever try to tell an artist you're supposed to do something one way, they're gonna do the exact opposite of what you say. But I would suggest if we had like less white in the tree branch and the birds, you might not even have to do a black outline to begin with. But also those birds are going to look they're going to look like they are where they are, but the sky in behind is going to look like it's, there's hundreds of kilometers or miles between them. trying to think. Okay, we're almost 4 hours in. I got about another 40 paintings to go through and 70 plus 140, 200 drawings. Do I have the mental capacity to do all of that? I'm just wondering if I might have to split the drawings off into a separate class. Because I made the mistake of not having breakfast this morning. I was so busy getting this ready to go. So I am starting, my brain is starting to get a little bit tired. So I think I might just do these drawings and we'll talk about, or might just do these paintings and talk about the drawings later. Okay. So, Eula, nothing better than a full Sunday of painting. I agree. It looks beautiful. I love how you've done the flower petals. This is great. I don't know what I can offer here. Let's see, just comparing Eula's to Barbara's from earlier. Both such gorgeous ones. Eula's blues is not quite as saturated as Barbara's were from earlier. So I think this is closer to what Van Gogh painted. You can even see that the bulbs of these sunflowers aren't quite as orangey or as red. Right, so there's way more high contrast of colors, maybe even values there than there is in this. Well, maybe the value contrast is probably the same because the sky or blue wall, whatever it is maybe a little bit lighter. That's beautiful. I don't know what else to say. Canisola. I tried drawing. Okay, so this should be in. You know, I'm just gonna put this in our drawing folder. We'll look at that later. Karen, I just followed your Leonardo da Vinci La Scapigliata. I use my daughter as the model. So definitely has disheveled hair. Excellent. What can I say here? Well, I think you've done an awesome job. The one thing I would say is her face looks a little bit mask-like, as opposed to, and the reason why I think that's happening is that the eyes just sort of look like black holes, right? Like they're cut out of a plastic mask. And same thing with the mouth. This is also seems very kind of dark. I would suggest a little bit of not white, but it's almost like this warm yellow with a little bit of white. If we sort of paint in where the eyeballs would be, you don't need a lot. We're just talking like little slivers. Like, let's say if I was to draw this out. Okay, so forgive me. I just sketched this out really quickly. So a few things. Again, I've mentioned a few times with like the cheekbones and things. I think we'd want that to be a little bit more pronounced here, because right now it's kind of flat. I think we'd want a bit of that, and then just a little bit around the lips here. Alright. And maybe even just rounding out the bottom of this chin, because right now it kind of goes, which is not bad. It's just that's pretty sharp, narrow chin there. And then when it comes to these eyes, like I like this top eyelid being kind of on the darker side. I guess I would be inclined to try to define these eyes. So we can have this area being pretty dark, and even if there's that, and let's say right, so what I would do is just add a little bit of that, the color that you've got right up here. I'd put it in here, but you know, even if this is kind of on the grayer side, or I just bring a little bit of those eyes back, that's going to make it look less like that these are just cutouts in a mask. So then, and then here in the lips, same thing. Now, this top lip is going to be darker than the bottom lip, right? Because it's pointing into the mouth, whereas so the light is hitting here, making this highlighted, versus this being darker. But I think that this black is a bit too, like the color you have here is a bit too dark. Like I would put a bit more red back over top of this, so it's not just pure black. Right. That would be my suggestion anyway. I think you're really close. I think maybe this arc on the nose is pretty dramatic. I think it might be somewhere more like that. But I don't mind the stylization of the nose that you've got in there. Right? It does look a little, it's pretty dramatic. It's not a deal breaker, but I think it's quite strong. Deborah says, on another note, Michael, I will join the two worlds of my magical, mystical playground. You are right, they need to be connected, and I know how. Your critique helped me see it. I will share later. I love that. Can't wait to see. Ari says, I'm going to bed. I'm still very tired. It's nice to see all the beautiful paintings. We'll watch the first 3 hours at another point. Awesome. And Deborah says, kind of like what I was saying, maybe just defining that nose, or not the nose, the eyes a little bit more. Yeah, the more I see, I can kind of see what you're going for. I think you just need to, it's too subtle, because I can see the darker areas on there. So. Stephanie says, intermission, perhaps? Maybe, we'll see here. I kind of want to get through these paintings first. Yeah, maybe I will just take a short break. I think I gotta run to the potty here. that up there for a second. Okay, sorry. That was good. Thank you for the suggestion and the permission, Stephanie, to take a break there. I appreciate it. A little bit of leftovers. Got a little more tea. Okay. So, let's pick up where we left off. So next up here, Kathleen, The Blue Dog by Georges Rodrigue. This is a relatively easy painting, also very fun and quite popular artwork. The blue dog that Rodrigue did, is one of the most recognizable figures in modern art. Not some people are like, I've never seen it before. Well, it's one of those things that, once you see it, you'll probably start to see it a little bit more often. And I know particularly in like Los Angeles, where Rodrigue lived, and I think he's originally from New Orleans, right? They are everywhere. You often see it like in graffiti and people have their car painted on their cars and T-shirts and stuff. So certain people, yes, are going to be more familiar with it than others. But this is also a pretty fun, relatively easy painting to do too. So if you haven't done it, you may want to consider doing that. This is one you can easily do with little kids and family members too. I'm not sure what else I could say. I think you've done an exceptional job. I can't remember if I painted it this way, but I like all these little kind of impressionist dabs of paint that you've done here. Excellent. I'm just going to make a little note about that. Okay. And Kathleen did a couple Philip Guston paintings here. Philip Guston being one of the great Canadian painters, although born in Montreal, but lived most of his life in New York City. A very interesting figure. If you didn't watch that episode, or even just the biography on Guston, maybe worth watching. And if you're like, oh my goodness, what is this, a Ku Klux Klan member here? Like, this is terrible. What? Again, you got to learn a little bit about Philip Guston to know why he used this particular iconic character in his work. He was Jewish, certainly was not a fan of the KKK, but he wanted to kind of co-opt that image and use it kind of as a cartoon to kind of ridicule those types of extremists, and so it's his way of trying to kind of take the power away from them by turning them into these kind of sad sack losers, right? But also kind of associated himself with that figure in that kind of way that some artists get like really intense, like raw, like because he's kind of the self-portrait of a painter painting this figure kind of so there's pretty complex things and of course when he started doing these types of works when did he start these? Maybe in the late 50s, early 60s. Because he was very famous as an abstract painter, like Jackson Pollock, Mark Rothko type of thing. Maybe a little bit more along the lines of Willem de Kooning. But when he started doing these paintings, his friends were like, "Whoa, dude, you have lost the plot. These are terrible. What on earth are you thinking?" So it made him kind of like this, pariah, definitely iconoclastic figure within modern art that now is like one of the most beloved artists of the kind of post-war era, kind of a hero of the postmodern avant-garde. Anyway, I think you've done an exceptional job with these paintings. And again, this episode is there for anybody who wants to look at Philip Guston. Wow, Kathleen, great job on this Picasso. I think this is the Weeping Woman, one of the studies that Picasso did while working on Guernica, his kind of big magnum opus. Once again, wow. There's nothing really I can say other than it looks great. It does look like you mixed your own black down here and painted that, and then used maybe either black out of the tube or acrylic paint pens. This looks like a Posca marker, perhaps. And again, I like that. I like that we might mix our own black, which is never going to get as black out of the tube, but then you've got those options. Now you've got a dark black, and then you've got a kind of like an almost dark black, which might be sometimes have a little bit more subtle colors, purples or browns in it. I think this turned out great. I mean, geez, just when you look at this artwork, again, it is so weird, so haunting. And that's one of those wild things about Picasso is kind of, again, if we can separate, if you can, the Picasso, the horrible human being, with the artwork itself. I mean, people often, joke about Picasso's, these kind of cubist figures and kind of how silly and strange they are. But there's definitely times, especially when he was working on Guernica, where they become like truly horrific. Because after all, he's talking about, this bombing of this Spanish town by the Nazis in the early mid-30s, and just the horror of bodies being shredded and torn apart. That I think was like a really, it really kind of was the perfect marriage of the Cubist technique and then the concept of so conceptually the and stylistically, what's the term? There's another word I'm thinking of. Anyway, beautiful painting that you've done on great painting too. Great job. Okay, Stephanie up next. Got a few versions of this. And we got this. It's interesting. I like how you've documented your progress very well in these artworks. So let's go back up to the top here. So, is this based on somebody's work? Elias's Magical Desert. I'm not sure if I've heard of that artist. In fact, let me just double check here. I guess not. Maybe that's just the title you created there. I mean, wow. Look, it's kind of neat seeing, because you included these, we can kind of take a look at the drawing underneath, and a lot of detail in your underdrawing. It's pretty amazing. And also interesting, kind of looks like you did most, all of this is obviously done with like Posca pens or acrylic paint pens. Then we've got this. Then you painted this kind of sand in. Wow. So when I was looking at this originally, I was like, this almost looks like these shapes in like the horse and these baskets with eggs, that those are separate and then collaged on top. In fact, they remind me a lot of when we were in Mexico. You'd often see these people who were taking like cans of Coca-Cola, and they would cut into them and then flatten them, sculpt them, or paint on them. You know, they would hammer in them so that they would create like embossed raised edges, and like that's what that bottom half of the painting looks to me. I'm like, wow, that the trompe l'oeil effect here is really strong. And that just shows, that's the effect of these dark outlines around kind of especially the bottoms of these shapes, really help create a lot of dimension. Of course, the sun, that is just gorgeous. It's worth zooming in on that. Oh, well, that definitely though does look like things that you've glued on here. These little gems or something. I think that's what that is. So now you're making me think, is there three-dimensional qualities? Might be. I think I see a few little gems glued in there. But anyway, that's cool. I like it a lot. That's a fun painting. Very cool, this use of these lines and the little dots on top of them. You know, it does remind me of Australian like Australian Indigenous art. You know, has similar kinds of uses of these little dots on top of lines. Everything just gorgeous. It also reminds me of Chris O'Feely. You may have this was an extremely controversial artwork back in the late 90s. Chris O'Feely. This is the painting's entitled "The Virgin Mother," and the reason why it's so controversial is that there's these big clumps of elephant dung that the painting is standing on, leaning against, and there's clumps also on the painting. So I remember I was in New York City as an art school student when this whole thing went down, and the mayor of New York City at the time, Rudolph Giuliani, tried to shut I think it was at the Brooklyn Museum of Art down because of this, thinking it was blasphemy. Meanwhile, Chris O'Feely, who is English and of African descent, talked about these elephant dung being used culturally, traditionally, as a sign of respect. So just a total mess and misunderstanding. But he's often used that same kind of dot pattern, like anyway, I just thought I would just bring that up here because I see that in your work here, Kristen, or Stephanie. Stephanie, sorry. Maybe worth just sort of checking in and seeing how some of those artists used kind of maybe those dots to really strong effect. Sharing one of my initial painting attempts. Looking forward to painting with you all again. Great. This is fun. This feels like, an experiment, playing with colors and maybe some kind of washes. Like it has a very cosmic kind of quality to it. Right? It feels like this is out in space, these swirls. And another artist, of course, that we talked about is Hilma F. Klint. This is, I think I began all of these acrylic painting classes. We did this one here, featuring her, Hilma F. Klint, being one of the most important artists in modern art history because of these just wild, look at these big paintings that she made, featuring all sorts of weird shapes. She actually meant for them to be like readable, that they mean things, and that there's a logic to them that is very well defined. But anyway, I feel like maybe there's a little bit of the great Hilma F. Klint in your work there, things to explore and think about. This is beautiful. Also kind of reminds me, even just stylistically, of like Deborah's paintings, the way that Deborah, especially the ones with Deborah who's got the little gnomes climbing around in the landscapes. Wow. Okay, so this... My husband's a retired deputy. Wow. Oh, cool. I thought this was a badge. Wow, you actually drew that, painted that in there. That's cool. Wow. I wonder what he thinks about this. That's such a wild painting. I like this a lot. I like this a lot. I like how you've done the middle ground here. It's just sort of like almost like a sponge technique. You know, it's kind of not very well defined, but that's a good thing because it makes the flowers in front of them, which are defined, pop. Right? Obviously, this took you, I'm sure, several different long painting sessions to do. Like some of these areas in there. Wow. Very cool. Yeah, this is a home run for sure. Excellent. That is cool. Stephanie says I was listening to the Beatles. And looking at Mexican folk art. Oh, Stephanie says Alea is my granddaughter. Okay. So, Alea's Magical Desert. That's cool. Wow, neat. I mean, again, I just think it's so cool. Like, you know, for a little. I mean, again, I've got a little girl, and for or any little boy, little girl, growing up, and for in their bedroom, in their house, that they grow up with a painting made by their grandmother or their mother or uncle, whatever. I think it's just really establishes that you know, the creativity is something that's important in this family. That that it's something that that people in the family want to share with the younger generation, and yeah, I just I don't know. We're never really necessarily sure how our influence reverberates out into the world, but I think that has a huge effect. Because like when I was growing up, my aunt, my dad's sister, was illustrating children's books, and we had those books around the house. And so when I was a little kid, I would read these books over and over, and I would copy her drawings. And so when the question was like, why did I become an artist, way back at the beginning of the episode, it's like that was one of those things. It was like, well, my aunt's an artist, so I can be an artist. It wasn't like a, like, because I know a lot of my students, people, you know, even fellow artists, like sometimes they're the only person they've ever met who made art. They never met a quote real artist ever in their life. And so it made it harder to kind of justify going into art and making art. Versus you have stuff around the house, it's like, oh, this is just something we do in our family. We're a creative family. And some people are like, well, it's just, I'm not a professional artist, I just made this thing. When you're a little kid, you don't know what the difference between a quote professional artist whose art is in the Museum of Modern Art and just something your grandmother did on one weekend, right? It's a painting. Painting's a painting. Nobody knows the difference. So, anyway, I'm big props to you, Steph. And then I was looking at this as I was like, what is going on here? So, I restored my great-grandmother Louisa's painting. Whoa, I didn't mean to do that. So that's, I think, the original, and then this is your updated version. And I'm just trying to think, was there... It looks like the main difference is just adding some of this cool blue into the sky and the water. I think, right? Is that the main... There might have been a little bit of blue coming, maybe warmer blues into the mountains. I think that's everything. I think that's cool. I mean, again, I'm not the best, most objective person because I really like bright colors. I think this looks just, it looks fresh, right? It just looks way more modern. And of course, I'm sure some people would say that's sacrilege to take, painting from your family and to paint right on top of it. Like, oh, my pearls, clutch. But I'd much rather that happen than for it to just be sitting somewhere in the attic gathering dust only for one day to get thrown out because nobody even realizes it's great-grandma's painting. Right? I'd much rather that painting, gets a new lease on life. Fresh air's breathed into it, and it ends up on the wall again, and people enjoy it. And not only that, I think it's pretty cool that there's this intergenerational collaboration happening, right? Like that your great grandmother, her artwork lives on again, and yeah, I think it's just I love it. I think it's great. It does look so fresh. Looks fantastic. Let's move on here. Okay. So the revision. So I think this is the version 1, and this I think is version 2, right? Because this is the one that Stephanie signed. All right. I'm pretty sure that there's 1 and 2, right? 1, and I also see slight differences. I mean, obviously the signature, but in the dress, and then as you said, in the skin, which I think is very effective. Like, I think, again, it could be just the light. The lighting in this one particularly is not all that great. So, but this second one, I feel like there's just a little bit warmer colors, just that little bit of slightly more peachy pink colors in the skin. They give her a little bit more life and vitality. You said you did something to the flower petals. That's pretty subtle. I'm not sure if I see the difference. I mean, I love how they look. I'll say that. It's hard for me to necessarily distinguish exactly how they're different. Oh, these ones down here on the bottom right, I can see more work there for sure. Oh, interesting. And you painted a bunch of the ones down here out. Huh. Okay, I like that. Actually, that's kind of nice. It looks like you painted those out and extended the dress over top of them kind of seamlessly. That's pretty well done. I think that works pretty well. Especially because you've got so much of that going on the top half of the painting that, you know, having a little bit of difference down here on the bottom, I think, is kind of nice. You know, I have talked many times about signatures, and one day I want to make a video that's just talking about signatures. But this is an instance where, you know, that black bold signature at the bottom, I'm generally not super in favor of that. But in this case, it actually kind of works pretty well. It kind of balances a lot of the busy stuff going on in the top half of the painting, and then kind of really the bottom quarter, you know, this is a much quieter area. So having that there works as a kind of nice counterbalance. I think if you didn't have your signature there, then this bottom right corner would feel really empty, right? But that signature there gives us a good reason to look down into that corner. So that was a nice decision here. Now, Stephanie's got this version by Emily Carr. I think that's what the original one, but used like a filter or something to create the mirror image, which is kind of funny. It's also kind of terrifying because now I see, like, what doesn't that look like? There's an eye there, 2 eyes, and a nose, and kind of this V shape for a mouth. All right, maybe even ears here on the top right and left corner. So all of a sudden I'm like, oh my goodness, what weird demonic character is hiding in this painting that I didn't see before? Looks great. In fact, as anything, what's kind of funny is the way you've painted these trees. You've really articulated them very differently than the way Emily Carr did. They definitely look to me a little bit like lollipops. I don't mind that, though. It's just they're very stylized. Oh, so these are 2 different ones. Okay. Stephanie says it was stabbed, damaged by an unhinged person. Oh my goodness. This one, you know, really does feel like you've taken Emily Carr's artwork and then it's been sort of pulled into the world of Willy Wonka or something, right? Like, I like that. That's cool. Okay, moving on. Stephanie, great work. Stephanie says she was born in 1886. Are we talking about Emily Carr? Here's Nat's painting. I was inspired to do the Frederick Varley study today after seeing someone who recently shared theirs. So much fun. I'm pretty new to the group. Love it. Great job, Nat. Wow. I wonder how many of these paintings you've done, because I know you're new to the group, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're new to painting, but this is pretty cool. If he says I was painting with her. Okay. I'm a little confused. You mean you're painting with your grandmother, great-grandmother, or do you mean this demon Emily Carr thing was painting along with you? Anyway, Nat, yeah, great job. I love how this turned out. What can I say? Yeah, I think this is cool. You've done a good job of really getting these beautiful pinks and baby blues. I like all the different layers of paint in here. This is not an easy painting, although I think it's a fun painting because of all those beautiful colors. There's a reason why this is arguably Varley's most famous painting. It's because it's just maybe more so than almost any other group of 7 painting, like really colorful. I don't know, that might sound strange because a group of 7 are, which I've got a book here of theirs, but maybe I won't bring it out. But you know, they did lots of landscapes that are kind of impressionist, post-impressionist, but don't often have quite this level of saturation, which I really liked. Okay, Nata says, I studied acrylics with Michael in autumn 2024 when I just came to Vancouver, and now I'm mastering watercolor. You sure are. Holy smokes. Look at this beauty. Wow. You know, one person, if you really like watercolors and you like carrots, you may really like Beatrix Potter's illustrations of plants. So we think of Beatrix Potter as the inventor of Peter Rabbit, which is, you know, we did 2 episodes on Beatrix Potter and Peter Rabbit. I mean, I'm a big fan. But there's a few incredible books out there, and I think even in that episode, or maybe the first Beatrix Potter episode we did, I featured a bunch of these illustrations because I had this big book from the library of her work, and I would say arguably her watercolors of plants, which are obviously far less well known than her Peter Rabbit stories and books that she wrote and illustrated, but her illustrations of plants and a lot of mushrooms. She was a mycologist as well. I'm not sure officially, but maybe an amateur mycologist. I mean, like, look at these. Are you kidding me? So when we think of like Peter Rabbit, you know, huge achievement, but had she never published those books, she would easily, or should have easily been recognized as one of the greatest illustrators of plants in human history. And the fact that barely anybody knows that is a bit of a crime. Anyway, so I was queuing in here. You got carrots in watercolor, making me think of rabbits painted in watercolor who like to eat carrots. And back to Beatrix Potter, but yeah, couldn't go wrong with taking a closer look at hers. Okay, let's see, what do we got going here? So we got Pascal up next. Testing poses, brush styles will integrate. Okay, so Pascal was looking at making this painting. So this is a great example of Pascal testing out different ideas, testing compositions and colors. Very smart to do something like this, Pascal. It's you know, doing this kind of thing can really help you work through any particular or potential problems long before you get there. You know, a lot of people don't have the patience to do this, but I really applaud you for doing that. So one of the things that Pascal did was took this glass medium, so it's basically acrylic medium with like very fine particles, or not even that fine, because there's a kind of a grit and texture thickness to them, and mixed that into his paint to get this really textured surface. I don't know if it's in this one here. This looks more like just thick gels that you've painted in there, right? Yeah, look, I think you said something. It was really a little bit tricky painting these figures over top of this highly textured background, and that's true. That's the one thing about if you use really thick texture with acrylic and you let that dry, it's kind of baked in, and the only way to kind of overcome that is to paint even thicker texture of anything you want over top of it to overcome all the stuff underneath. Oh wow, so how did you... I think you've done a pretty good job overcoming most of that texture. There's probably 5 layers of paint to get to this point, but it looks good. I think this, you said it might have been like a wedding gift, perhaps. Okay, so here's the glass in this image here in the water. There you go. Okay. Oh, that's this one up there. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I don't know what else I can say, Pascal. I love this, you experimenting here with colors and maybe transparencies as well. Building up to create paintings like this. And painting these. Again, lots of this sketching. And then really experimenting with different textures, which is, very different. Like, this type of texture with these kind of like spherical kind of shapes inside appears very different to the goopy qualities of that the like textured medium. Okay, next up we've got Paula. That is wild. Watercolor painting, color pencil sketches. That's a beautiful drawing, Paula. What kind of animal is this? This is... I don't know. I feel like this is the kind of animal that lives in like the Australian outback or Africa. Some kind of gazelle thing. Horned, I mean... Wild. The drawing, the structure of that drawing is really solid. You've done an exceptional job there. We have more of your stuff, Paula, coming up in other folders that we'll look at in the next episode. Okay, so Richard took this artwork by Furukawa from 1994 entitled BS-2. So that's the original, and then here's Richard's version. Well, how are these done? Well, it does look like there's some kind of scraping happening here. So potentially using most likely like a palette knife to apply paint and scrape the paint off, or even possibly painting, letting it dry, and then using a sander or sandpaper block and sanding that paint off, which is pretty toxic. So if you're going to do that, you want to do that outside with a ventilator or a mask on, because you certainly don't want to be inhaling fine particles of acrylic or oil paint. I mean, you don't want to be inhaling fine particles of anything, but paint, definitely not. So I feel like that's how this artwork was done. And you could almost, it's like that orange underneath too works quite well as a complement to the blue. I mean, they are almost opposite one another on the color wheel. And then here's Richard's version. I think it looks great. I'm not so sure about the yellow smears back on top of... Oops. Those... I don't know how necessary those are. In fact, I would almost sort of suggest taking a palette knife and not covering all of it up, but just sort of like we've got here. It's like you apply it on top and then scrape things, scrape the paint back off, so you end up with that kind of rusty kind of quality. It looks cool. It's definitely kind of a more unusual painting. But I think it's really neat that like you make paintings like that and like this. Let's see another Richard painting, and then like this, and then here's something you're working on. And then of course lots of other very detailed, more quote realistic paintings that you've done that we've looked at throughout today as well. So what is this? A riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma. Wow. So my first thought was, oh, this is like a reflection in the water of the sky, but then of course if that was a reflection we would see the reflection like if this is the ground, and if the top is the sky, this is the ground, and the bottom third is the water, well, of course these lines would be running not in parallel, in mirrored form to the top half, and that's not happening, although it does happen right here actually. So it is definitely a riddle. Why do we have reflection on ones? I thought there was one. So we got one here, but none of the other reflections are quote behaving properly, which is kind of, you know, very mysterious, like you said, a riddle. I don't know. It's I'm not really sure what to make of this one here. I mean, this shape here does make me feel like some sort of like it's a dog. Like in the image that so this is the image that comes to mind when I see this picture painting you've done, Richard, which is this photograph of Thomson standing on this kind of very narrow little strip of water, or not water, I don't know, mini peninsula kind of thing, this little bit of ground, and with his dog, they're overlooking the water, and there's this beautiful reflection there. So so I see that in your work. It makes me think of like maybe that's Tom, that's his dog, but the dog's reflection's not appearing there. So this is a mystery, that's for sure. And then we've got it's Victoria Days versus the long weekend. Abstract painting I did yesterday. That's cool. So this is how does this look like? Is this like Morris Lewis painting? A little bit of his style, maybe. Anyway, I can't think of it's not Solowit, it's it's gonna Clifford Still. That's what I'm thinking of. Even there, it's a little bit different. It's not. Who is it? Anyway, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. These look beautiful as they are, Richard. It's interesting. There's a texture of some horizontal brushstrokes underneath all of that that are being kind of highlighted by these vertical stripes. I don't mind that. But it is, you know, when I see things like that, it's like ghosts of a previous painting or preparation for the painting, like preparatory sketching or preparatory gessoing or something you might do to before you actually paint on it, similar to like underpainting or the imprimatura, that kind of stuff. It is very soft, you know, like this very pastel palette. You know, it's got like, you know, that impressionist kind of era. It also has a little bit of Easter colors a bit too there. Not that that's a bad thing. And then Richard was talking about this being a preliminary sketch for a painting that's just begun. I was talking about Monsieur Rouleau from the film Mon Oncle, which is a Jacques Tati film. Jacques Tati was like he was a French film director in the 50s and 60s, 70s, who very famous. Monsieur Hulot being kind of the primary character that appeared in a lot of films, which is a lot like this Charlie Chaplin kind of bumbling figure that is constantly well, I don't, does he fall or does everything fall apart around him? You know, and great, they're not silent movies, but there's virtually no talking in them, just music and diegetic sounds, sound effects. So I think you said it might be based on a photograph of Tati walking around New York, dressed up in the coat of the trench coat of the character that Monsieur Hulot wore. So it's going to be really interesting to see what you do over here, because we've got these buildings in the background that appear to, just sort of fade out, and then I don't know if this is the end of the earth or a lake or the road just disappears. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this one unfolds, Richard, because it's a mystery at the moment how you're going to resolve this and what you're planning to do with this composition. Okay. Kathy says, poor Michael with no food. I had a couple slices of pizza. I jammed down my gullet, so I'm ready to keep going. We'll get through everything today, because that'll feel very satisfying to catch up, because it's been a while since we've done one of these. Okay, so Senga, who's been in the chat waiting patiently, let's take a look at your stuff. And we got some of your stuff also in other folders too, Senga. But these ones here, also painted on porcelain tiles. I didn't include the William Kurlick in here because we'll look at that next time we do an episode, so we can see them all together. So also, I don't know if you completely finished the William Kurlick one anyway, the Teaching Ukrainian one. So if you do finish that, we'll see them all together. We'll have that whole progression of artworks, or of that artwork as it was created. That's cool. I like this one a lot. You know, it's pretty straightforward. Yes, it's pretty simple. I don't know how much more you're going to do to it. I kind of like it like this. I mean, I could see something kind of cool happening where you have these white tiles with just these black lines of branches and pink and peach flower petals, and keeping it otherwise white. I wouldn't even paint the ground here at all. I could see you keeping that, and let's say this was in a kitchen or bathroom or something, and you would just you could have the rest of the tiles could be, let's say, baby blue, sky blue, cool blue and white, And then you've got interspersed you've got like sort of one of these surrounded by, what would that be? 8 tiles all the way around it. And then the one in the middle, and you do that as a pattern. That could look pretty cool. Or you have a whole row kind of at eye level just going around the room of these, and everything else is just different colors. Or the rest of the tiles are just solid pink alternating with peach, or yeah, so many different options here. Because I kind of like these. I mean, that's the thing with painting on tile, can be pretty tricky, as you've discovered. So sometimes it's better to go for, less is more kind of thing. When you're using a material that is maybe not as cooperative as you might like, and so sometimes it's a matter of keeping it simple. Okay. There we go. All of our paintings. Oh, I don't know if Ari's still around in the chat. Oops. But I did see that Ari posted a lot of pictures. I tend to discourage a lot of pictures from trips on the Facebook group because there's a lot, but Ari went to Pakistan and took some pictures of a beautiful mosque there, and got some henna on her arms. I think that's beautiful. But also went to one of the museums, the Lahore Museum. And one thing I did notice is on the wall there we have a painting which may or may not remind people of, but we painted this painting about 4 years ago. So this is Molka Ahmed's painting. This is the Department of Fine Arts at Punjab University. It's 1960 something. I couldn't even quite see in the photograph what the date was there. But this was a fun painting that we did. Let me see. I think I have the... So we did this. This painting was all done with palette knife. So we did 2 paintings in one episode, and then we did this painting again, the second one here, but this is the one that's in the Lahore Museum. Very fun paintings to do. If you've never painted using a palette knife, this would be a fun episode to experiment with. It is pretty tricky, not very forgiving, but if you just want to have a little bit of fun and you're not so concerned about perfection, you could try following or recreating one of Molka Ahmed's awesome paintings. And so it is cool for me to see this painting, because I don't know if you realize it or not, that this painting was there. Yeah, she's a super interesting character as well, and I highly encourage people to check her out. I also really like these Hassan Bani paintings, and I was like, ooh, maybe we should do one of these, because that's a beautiful painting, isn't it? It's just so beautiful, simple. So I wanted to point those out, Ari. I think those are really cool. Great work. Thank you for sending that in. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna have a seat now. Been standing on my feet for 5 hours. Whew. Let's do this on my butt. So, now let's take a moment to talk about the drawings that you guys have made. As you know, that we did our how to draw basic drawing class over 5 years ago here on this channel, and it is the most popular thing I've ever done. Millions of people have done that course or episodes from it. So I want to take a look at what you guys have created, because as you'll see here, I still give people feedback on those episodes. So just before we do so, just again, I encourage you to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell, and if you want to support the channel with a small donation, $2 or $3, $5, you can send it to the paypal.me/markowskiart channel, or scan the QR code. It takes you to this page where you can safely donate. Again, that's how I got to pay for the internet. It costs $150 a month for this high-speed internet so that you can watch live like you're doing right now. And if you want to support the channel with a small donation via email, or by a check, old-fashioned check in the mail, or using the YouTube Super Chat while we're here live, you can do that. And of course, if you want me to look at your drawings that you've did, consider joining the Facebook group, because everything we're about to look at is stuff that was uploaded to the Facebook group, and that's, I just go right through it, just copy all the pictures that are on there. And so if you want to participate in the next time we do this, join the group. And so let's go to the drawings. I just want them to open in one tab or one window. There we go. Okay, I think we'll continue in alphabetical order, since that's what we did for the paintings. And so the first up here, we've got Alex. In fact, let's just scroll through a bunch of the things that Alex has got going on. Okay. Oops. So, Murtaza, I don't know if you've uploaded anything to the Facebook group, but if you do, I'd love to see your work there. And sometimes people use different names on different platforms. So, okay, so Alex, let's go back here. So, my apologies. I'm assuming this is a soccer player or a football player. My apologies. I know some people get very upset when those of us in North America talk about soccer players. I don't know who this fellow is here, but here's you're working on this drawing. So, if you watch the drawing series that I did, kind of on it, and there's a number of episodes on drawing faces and facial proportions. The main thing is that pretty much generally you've got, if we divide this face in half, right, here's our eye line, we got our nose line and mouth line. Right, and then we've got a hairline up here. Now, again, everybody's a little bit different. Some people have lower. Let's zoom in here. You know, some people have eyes that are a little bit lower or higher, but generally it's there. And same thing, if we crop this, right? Notice how when I do this box here, going from his chin to the top of his head, look at where the eyes are. They're right there, smack dab in the middle of his face. Now, potentially, you know, that hair takes up a little bit of volume. So I would say, you know, maybe the top of his head is actually there, and that's the little bit of hair on top of his head. So maybe his eyes, yes, are a little bit higher on his face, but also his mouth is open, so his jaws drop down. So once again, I think if his mouth was closed, his eyes would be pretty much right in the middle of his face. Yet when we go here and look at your drawing, again, I'm just going to assume, let's say we do this, we leave a little bit of room for his hair up top there, leave a little bit of room so if his mouth closed. So that's the middle of his face, but look how much higher your eyes are than the rest of than his face. Right? So in other words, what you've drawn here is we've got the eye line up here, right, and this hair up here, which makes the bottom half of his face so much longer, right, than it could be. Now, do artists play with proportion and have, you know, like, yes, of course, like in anime, one of the most popular forms of pop art these days. You know, anime is Japanese animated movies, TV shows, and Japanese manga, which is comic books. Yes, eyes tend to be really big, so people play with proportions. However, I sort of get the feeling with a lot of your work that you're trying to draw exactly what you see, and that maybe you're frustrated, how come it's not looking exactly like I see? I might have mentioned before that, you know, I've done whole episodes talking about this, how to draw faces, and if you really want to get better at drawing faces, you may want to watch those episodes. So, you know, here what you've done is you're using a grid to help you make this drawing, and that's a great idea. Grids are really, really helpful. They really, really work. However, learning how to draw without using a grid, I think, would be time well spent for you. So that the idea would be that instead of trying to grid this out, is to see if you could draw this from scratch without the grid. Right? I mean, part of me is like, maybe I should just do that right now, and I'm like, well, I got another 200 artworks to look at here, and we've been online here for almost 5.5 hours, so I'm not going to do that. But again, watch those episodes, how to draw a face. I think I did like 8 episodes, not just talking about drawing the shape of the face, but drawing hair, a whole episode on hair, a whole episode on eyes, a whole episode on noses, and a whole episode on ears, a whole episode on lips. I'm sure there's a few more on there that I can't. So I think watching those would be helpful for you, Alex. This one is Nikki Lily. Okay, I'm not sure who that is. Let's see, Nikki Lily. Oh, wow. Huh. I've never heard of this person. Wow, youngest person ever won a BAFTA award. Wow. Okay, what an interesting person. pretty cool. So this, you've done an exceptional job here, Alex. You know, I think you've done a great job on the face for sure. I think the hair, though, is what has got me really excited for you. Because, like, the highlights in the hair, that's really working really, really well. And then the shading on her clothes, wow. So, you know, I would say what makes me really excited is you've got the rendering down. I think you can do like shading. You can do really good shading, and that's something that a lot of people struggle with. And so the fact that you can do that you can draw hair as effectively as that, right? You can draw faces quite well, means that I think what we really need to do, I think, is focus on structure a little bit more. And if we can do that, man, the sky's the limit for you, Alex. Okay, so here's an image. Here's your sketch of that image. Again, using the grid. Nothing wrong with the grid. But you know, I see like weird distortions sometimes happen when we're just using the grid. Like here on the lips. Like, for instance, the same sort of thing like using the outlines to do the paintings. If often I see distortions happen when people have less drawing experience. So the benefit of having some drawing lessons down is if there's distortions in the transfer process, you have a little bit more idea of how to fix those if you have a good foundation in drawing. Okay, Aniket. Cool. So I love how you're drawing these figures using boxes. Been doing all the courses. These are great. Those eyes. Excellent. Wow. Cool. Wow. Great. I love these dynamic poses. Great. I love that you're finding your own images and then trying to come up with the shapes inside. This is great. You know, I've got third, fourth year students at the university I teach at that struggle with figure drawing like this. So the fact that you can do this is very encouraging. Great. Great. Wow, look at these very dynamic lines. Like, I like that you tried it here. Where's my cursor? There we go. Like, you tried it here. It wasn't quite as dynamic enough, so then you redid it to the... Where's my... on the right here, and that just looks way more like yeah, dynamic, action-packed. Excellent, excellent. Is this the way did I show you guys how to draw hips and everything like this? Man, that's a little, maybe that was a little bit too advanced. Maybe I shouldn't have gone so far. This is great. I don't think I taught this in class, but the fact that you're researching this on your own, how to draw figures using, in this case, 2-point perspective, that's pretty good. There was a lot of that's really advanced. And I'm scared of adding color. Well, you never have to worry about adding color if you just put it on a different layer, right? And then you start putting color, and if you don't like it, you can just hide those layers. Anakin says, why does it feel so bad? I don't think it's bad. The one thing is, you know, these hips, hips should be a little bit bigger, and these thighs should be a little bit smaller. I mean, technically, right? Because, you know, for every time you say this, there's somebody who has that set of body proportions, but that is pretty unusual. Like, I would say, in this particular instance, these legs are just too big for the top of the body. Okay, so that's the original. I don't know. Okay, so this looks like this is probably an AI image. So I have a feeling like there's something slightly out of proportion about this body. Like these feet feel a little bit big, which is quite common with artificial intelligence. It kind of glitches. I think it's pretty good. I think you're pretty close. I mean, okay, let's imagine drawing this kind of quickly here. If I was to try to draw this figure, again, I might start by defining where my top and bottom are. And again, there's lots of different methods we could use, but you know, one of the things I'm noticing is that the body, is this on camera? Let's see. There we go. The body's on a bit of an angle here. Right, he's got this kind of stance. Right, so we've got our head here, shoulders, and so this torso here, and then these big legs. So, you know, yes, you can jump right to this type of image, but I think you want to go a little bit slower. Like the kind of stuff we're doing here by drawing the chest, you know, the pelvis, right? The rib cage and pelvis. I don't know if I did. This is pretty advanced, and I might have I probably should not have gone that far in these classes, because it might be a little bit confusing. I think you want to keep it a little bit more simple than what you've got here at this stage of your learning, because it can be a little bit confusing. Like, this involves having maybe a pretty thorough knowledge of anatomy. Like, to do this kind of thing, like where I teach, you have to take an anatomy class where you actually learn like the terms of all these bones and muscles, and you're drawing the skeleton like every day for a whole semester. So I like that you're trying to do that, but I worry about developing some maybe bad habits in this way. Wow, these are great. Look at you. Wow. Okay. Okay, so because these methods that I'm seeing you use here, I definitely did not teach this. So this, probably some of this stuff is from some books that you must be reading. And that's great, drawing from various different books, because there's lots of different techniques here. Okay. So I guess the one concern I have is studying figure drawing by looking at AI images it's a little bit sketchy because sometimes AI, maybe most of the time, it does a pretty good job. But if you end up studying AI images where the human body proportions are slightly off, like this image, it can start to create like a cascading effect of problems that can lead to some really bad habits. So I would just strongly suggest to work from actual pictures of actual people, and to like, or from pictures in magazines and newspapers, which I'm sure is any moment now going to be flooded with AI images as well. Or even just pictures of your friends, or even of yourself. Take pictures of yourself on your phone and try drawing those. Okay, I'm going to move on here. We've got Argio. I'm a new student of Mr. Markowski's, and I'm from Greece. Awesome. Great. These are great. Lots of good stuff here. Ooh, I love you did Van Gogh's bedroom. So I think this is, I think you said this may be your first episode or something you did this. These are cool. I mean, I'd obviously love to see lots more beyond just the first episode. So let's keep on going. Keep going forward. Keep cranking out those artworks. Here's another student. This... Another student just started the drawing class. Beautiful. Excellent. Cool. I like the picture with your tools on the drawing. Very nice. Okay. So, Jaivarden, I like that name. Okay. Now, this is 71 images that were sent to me. I'm not going to go through every single one of these pictures because that would be like half of one of these episodes. But we can go through... Oh, I like that. I like how that turned out. Great. I mean, hopefully you can recognize why this particular cube is not working, right? All these lines should be parallel. Right? Currently what we've got, we start with this box, and then we want 3 lines that are parallel, right? Those are all going in the same direction. And then to do the bottom here, we want these lines to be parallel. So we want that line to be there. And then these all should be vertical. So you see how these lines should all be like this? Because currently what we have is that. And this is not a bad object. Like, we could certainly have an object like that, but it is not a cube, right? Like, if you imagine showing up at a casino with your own dice and one of your dice looks like this, they're gonna think you're trying to pull some kind of scam and they'll kick you out. Okay. There's Matisse. Great job on your value scale. Let's just do this again. Just kind of quickly. So one way to start this drawing, establish our horizon line. I would start with the cylinder in the background. Right, and then let's build our cube in front. And then our sphere. All right, so then we can go back over these lines. Again, notice all three of these, all vertical lines, all parallel, right? They're all going straight up into the air. Next, we'll put these lines in. Notice how these are all parallel. Now, I've actually cheated and made them kind of, because there's receding to a vanishing point there. But you know, as long as they're parallel or pointing down into the distance towards one another, that's fine. Again, next one. All right, so we got this, this, this. All right, and then what's left is our cylinder. Right, so that can help us get this drawing a little more accurate. Right, again, parallel, 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 parallel. Really, really important. That's great. Good, good. I mean, there's a few little things with these windows. Again, all vertical. Good job on the bedroom. That's great. That's good. That's good. Getting there. Again, these pictures hanging on the walls, they're slightly off, but that's pretty good. That's great. Well, this is the Simpsons room. That's great. Okay. Good. Good. I mean, I think if you were to probably go back over this drawing, I think you could probably do a better job. But, okay. Ooh, I like this. I like these very angular apples. That's cool. I forgot about the toilet paper. If there was any doubt that these episodes were filmed during the height of COVID, the fact that we did a drawing about toilet paper. Oh, goodness. Oh, my goodness. Times. What fun times. Wow, that's good. I like this. Great. So these are drawings from life. Great. Excellent. Oh, wow. There's your grid method. Good job. Great. Yes. I think these legs should be a little bit longer. right? Just keep, if that's the length of one leg, then that other leg is probably going to get pretty close to this line here, right? This one's a little bit too short. Great. Ooh, I like how these turned out. Those are great. Oops, let's get that out of there. Great. Wow, excellent. Great. Oh, I love it. Excellent, excellent. Wow. Oops, where am I? Singa says, I heard Michael say it looks bad, Kathy, and I couldn't see your comment. I don't know. Hopefully I didn't say anything that looks bad. I definitely try to avoid saying that. Saying $120 a month for internet, that's a joke. Murtaz says, I get my internet for £25 a month. Saying as mine's £47 a month. Welcome to Canada, when you only have a couple of companies that monopolize the whole industry. They can charge whatever they want. I remember when I used to live in Los Angeles, my phone bill was like $30 American a month. And this is like in the 90s, early 2000s. In Canada, finding a cell phone plan that's like less than $100 is pretty difficult. So that's capitalism for you. Yeah, just like Kathy says, internet is expensive in Canada, like the cost of cell phone plans too. Yeah, I mean, you'd think Canada, pretty advanced country. We should be able to have nice things that aren't so expensive. But I think the internet phone companies see it the opposite. It's like, oh, everyone's got lots of money here. We should raise the prices. Well, Senga, I'll just have to move to the UK. That's the only answer, I guess. Great. That's awesome. Cool. Wow, I like that a lot. Oh, great. I'm glad you're doing all these lessons, my friend. Well done. Cool, cool. Interesting. I like what's going on here. What is that? That's like... Oh, numbers. You got 6, 7, and maybe a 1, and a J or something. Allows you to do the whole face. Very cool. I love this experimenting here. Good to see. Good, good. Yeah, I like how these very angular kind of figures. Cool. Excellent. Wow. Great. Okay, so I think I've gone through all of these here. Manoj, yeah, I don't know what to say. I like these. I even like, let's say here, the stylization. Like, it's interesting, your style. We've got both like an embrace of very angular geometric shapes. That works really well. And then you've got these ones that are very organic, non-geometric kind of forms. Like in this one drawing, we see both of them side by side. I'm very interested to see what kind of work you create the more and more you draw, because I think if you can find a way of marrying those two styles together, integrating them together, could come up with some really awesome stuff. Okay. Let's push forward here. Okay, 30 more images. 20. Come on. Oh, my hips. So Moon Rose has submitted a bunch of work here, and looks like focusing really much on ears here. These are beautiful. I really like how, like what you've done here, is really understanding the contour of the shape of the ear. Doing this exercise, you know, doing all those lines can feel kind of redundant, but what it really helps you do is to see the underlying form of the ear. And you know, most people go out of their way to avoid drawing ears because they're kind of weird, they're kind of complicated, and so most people are just like, oh, I'm so intimidated by them, they're so difficult, I'm just gonna always cover people's ears with hair or headphones, earmuffs, hats, you know, hoodies, to avoid having to do these. But these are great. Yeah, wow, good. Good. Okay, I think it might have just been a... oh no, sorry. So we got this one here. Okay, is there a drawn version of that? Okay, I thought there was a version of this. Maybe I just can't find it. Okay, but maybe that is that one. I don't think those eyebrows are quite that big. Anyway, let's move along. So, I have mixed feelings about this. On one hand, I decided to get out of my comfort zone, do a self-portrait as reference. So you weren't so happy with this, so we were trying to figure out why this didn't work out the way you wanted. So, if that's... I think it looks pretty good. Well, a couple things I noticed, and I mean, this photograph is taken from a... not directly from above, but from a side angle, so that could be skewing things. But it does look like this face is quite wide, as opposed to kind of the original is a fairly narrow, long face, right? And this is also AI generated, which is again another thing. Just be careful studying from AI images, because sometimes the proportions can be a little bit wonky. But once again, we notice that, let's just do this again. So I imagine the top of her head is somewhere, let's zoom this in, top of her head probably somewhere up around here. We'll even say maybe her hair is a little bit fuller. So look here how, if that's top of her head, that's her chin, this is our eye line right in the middle, right? So I just want to kind of show that, because I can't tell. I mean, people will argue with me all the time about, oh no, the eye line, that's the middle of the face is with the nose. It's like, okay. You can also see, look how high her hairline is, right? So that's a pretty high hairline. That's again why I sometimes get a little bit anxious of people working exclusively from AI images, because it's positive. A lot of people have hairlines that high, but I would, if I was the artificial intelligence, I probably would have that hairline starting a little bit lower. It doesn't seem like that big of a deal, but it just seems like that's slightly off. So I think big things that are causing the distortion: one, the head should be longer, more oval shaped. Right, so if you're drawing this picture, right, I think the shape that you might have done is almost a circle. Let's say maybe a little bit round, like this. I would have started this portrait with a pretty narrow oval shape, right? And so when we do that, it's immediately going to create a much different kind of portrait. It won't seem quite so wide. The other thing is, because this is so wide, you've got a lot of empty space on both sides, right? And there is a little bit, but look how much. So we got this much space from that eye to the side of her head, which if we just check this out, we can more than easily fit that in between the eyes and on the eyeballs. However, look at this. Right? That's basically a whole eye width apart. Way too much space on the edges of the eyes, right? I think the side of this head should be probably somewhere right there. And I think if you even just do that, all of a sudden this face is going to seem a lot closer to the original. Secondly, it's a little bit hard to see. Again, this is AI image, but generally the bottom eyelid kind of clips a little bit. Both the top and the bottom are always trimming the iris. So, for instance, I think what we're seeing here is, so that's our iris, and there's our pupil. So this is going to trim this down, the top eyelid, and this one appears like this is going here, but it's kind of a little bit hard to see. But if I just I'm going to darken this just so it's more visible. This little area here is not the white of the eyes, it's the top of the bottom eyelid that is getting light. And so I've just darkened this line, which in reality is not there. So that means, in other words, what we're seeing here is the iris is not fully visible. So in your drawing, it makes the eyes look really wide open. They're not that far wide open. They're much more relaxed. And so when the eyes are like that, it makes someone look really, really surprised. Okay. This looks great. The one thing that is a little bit strange is these kind of shapes that you've articulated on the face. They kind of look like some kind of worms or something, right? So she does have kind of those bags under her eyes, but they're not as kind of exaggerated as what you've drawn. And I think when you do a drawing that, you want to kind of be you want to be careful about you want to kind of soften those details a little bit. In the same way I was talking about like drawing teeth, you don't want to draw every tooth there, right? Like when we're drawing teeth, you want to just sort of suggest them. Same thing with these bags under her eyes. You want to suggest it. It's not that you're being dishonest with the way you draw. It's just, especially if you're just using the tip of your pencil to create lines, you want to be careful about not putting lines where there aren't lines. It's pretty good. You've done a pretty good job. I think you've kind of got this side, the left side of the face, pretty well done, because that jaw, like you've noticed, is a little bit more square. This side, I think, just needs to kind of, you know, widen this out a little bit. I think gets you close. The glasses as well. I think you could probably just get away with just making them pretty much circles. And again, I also think that this face is more narrow. Right, like, let's go to this drawing here. Like your drawing, you've got this face, maybe not quite full circle, but it's kind of like that. If we look at the original, I would say it's more like this. Oops, does that make sense? So if we start from a much more oval shape, like, I mean, that's why you'll see some people, some approaches to drawing portraits are like this. Or might be like that. So what they'll do is they'll start with a circle, and then they'll literally just chop these sides off. They'll just get rid of that, so you end up with this. So they'll cut the circles off the sides. And that's certainly one approach to figure drawing, portrait drawing. Okay, so here's a photo of your friend. Great! That's excellent. Cool. That makes me happy. You know, I think we've got, this is the line from the from his jaw. I think we kind of want to hide that a little bit more, right? He's got a pretty thick beard, so we can't see that line. So I think we could continue to darken this line so that we get rid of it. Because the one thing is, unless they have he has like a really thin hair there, that jaw chin is going to disappear underneath the facial hair. So you've made the top of the hair really dark. I would do the same thing with his beard. I think you would find that makes him look closer. That's great. But like a lot of the other features here, you've really nailed. I love the way you drew these eyes, the ears, his mustache and nose. You've done, like, what's really nice about how you've drawn these eyes is he seems like a pretty kind of sweet, good-natured guy, right? Like, he just seems like a positive person. Seems like a really nice guy. And I think what you've captured in these eyes is there's I wouldn't, like, he just looks kind of soft and welcoming. He's not doesn't seem like an angry person. He almost seems a little bit sad in the drawing, with the way that, you know, the sides of the eyes, like its expressions a little puppy doggish. Like, I think it's these edges there that are maybe, I think they could still be a little bit rounder as opposed to kind of coming down, right? It's a very subtle difference, but you know, you got this. I think what we want to do is keep it like this, because I see this one, this shape, oops, sorry. So I think we want to keep this line like this, because I see this shape has been created there, and I don't really see that. I mean, it is very subtle. I think if what might be confusing is just the shadow on his eyeball, right? So it can be kind of deceptive, because I think that kind of starts to approach the shadow on his eye, but that's not the actual eyelid. The eyelid shape is on the outside. Anyway, I think this is great. It makes me really happy. Okay, Senga, you're still there. Okay, good. These, I think you might have uploaded these while we were doing our last feedback session, so they showed up right at the very end. So I didn't get a chance to include these last time, but got them here instead. Yeah, they turned out great. I don't think there's anything I can offer you about this Senga. I mean, I don't know how finished this is, but I think you know, maybe a little bit more of the wood texture there. So is this the same drawing? Is it? No, I think this one is different, isn't it? There's some weird artifacting happening up there too. I mean, this is beautiful, this drawing you've done. Okay, we're almost done, which is good because I'm almost out of tea, which is like, oh, you don't want to see what happens when I run out of tea, folks. So these are fun exercises here, working on black paper with white pencil Senga. Basically working in reverse in the negative. Very challenging. This is cool. Just getting those little reflections. I don't know, is this Humphrey Bogart? Is that Casablanca or Maltese Falcon or something? That's good. Good job on the hair. Okay. Shafak says, Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon all. I'm new to this group and this is my first post here. Oh yeah, and you asked a couple of great questions that I want to answer. Can we just use different pencils? Okay. So your question is, instead of when I'm drawing of pressing harder on my pencil in order to get darker things, can I just use a 4B pencil instead of an HB pencil, and then for each level transition from a 4B to a 6B to an 8B, it's to get darker and darker. So I just use the same amount of pressure. I'm just using a different pencil to get the darker areas. And the answer is, of course you could try doing that. And if you were a robot, if you know, I'm sure somebody's already trying to teach robots how to draw. That would be probably the way that a robot might find it easier to draw, is to draw everything with one level of pencil, switch out, get another level of pencil, and another one, so that because it would probably struggle with how much pressure to apply. However, it's not, as a human being, it's not that practical to have like 10 different pencils and then just draw with the same amount of pressure. It's just a lot easier to draw something a little bit lighter and then just to continually apply more pressure, right? Instead of having to draw one line, get another pencil, get another pencil, get it, like, and then you end up having like a whole desk full of, you know, pencils. You're sharpening all these ones. It's just using the same pencil, just applying more pressure. I suppose somebody could say, well, if you had this bunch of different pencils of different densities, then you could keep everything consistent. You could kind of map it out and say, okay, this, you could have like paint by numbers, basically, of like, this is a 8B, this is a 6B, a 4B, 2B. But I don't know how practical that would be. The other thing that would be kind of frustrating is that an 8B pencil smudges a lot more than a HB pencil. So, because the softer the graphite or charcoal, the darker it's going to get, and the more you have to sharpen it. So, I don't know. How else would you explain this to, in another, what's a metaphor? Can't think of a good analogy. I can't think of. I understand exactly what you're saying. I just don't think it's practical. It's just more time consuming. The other thing is asking about stippling and whether they should all be the same size or different sizes. I think you can do both. You can, again, if you're doing shading on a shape and you're just using dots, you can do lots of dots, and let's say those dots go out to the middle. Then you're just putting more dots of the same type next to one another, and if I do this enough, eventually this is just going to go black, right? As opposed to, I could do little dots, and I could do bigger dots as I go, and have big dots that could work. It's just maybe you have to be a little bit more focused to do it, to do the second way, and potentially it can get kind of confusing, or you're like, I put too big of a dot in the wrong place, versus if they're all the same size of dots, then we might not have that problem. I think it could look really cool if we have dots of various different sizes in a drawing, but I think you'd have to have a lot of experience and have a really solid idea of exactly what dot needs to go where. So really good questions, but I think the long story short is it's maybe more work than is really needed, and the results are going to be probably not, for the most part, going to be almost imperceptible. So it's I think a little bit more. It's kind of busy work, but good questions. Good job shading. Excellent. Fox says, it seems like something's missing here. What is it? Can you point it out? Something missing. I don't know if something is necessarily missing. I think, however, you know, since this is similar drawing, one thing I notice is look how this line here, you've got this back part of the shape is doing this kind of thing. We want these lines to be parallel. Whereas yours go like this, and then, whoa, like this. They're going way off up here. We want them to be parallel. Right? I think that's maybe an issue. The other thing that, you know, perhaps when it comes to this sphere is, you know, the right side is definitely darker, but I think we want this in-between area is usually the place where it is actually the darkest. Because even though this is on the back, and I see that in your drawing, it's just that this whole other side just needs to get darker even. Whoops. All right. And it's the same thing with the cylinder here. Because what's happening is we have this reflected light, right? Light bounces off here and back onto this side, which is lights it up. Right? So you've got this light. Right? This bright light comes in here, bounces off this cube, making this really bright, and then it bounces into the shadow, lightening up the shadow, and that consequently makes this other side of the cube a little bit lighter. And the same thing that's happening here. Light bounces off this side of the cube and bounces back onto that side of the cylinder, lightening that up. Kathy says, I need to start the drawing course again this winter. Awesome. Okay, what's left that I wanted to cover? So a few things I saw in the Facebook group. Charmaine had just visited Barcelona and went to the Picasso Museum the other day. And these are some images. These look like this is a big wall of drawings by Picasso. And you can get up close and you can look at them very carefully. It's kind of unfortunate they're all reproductions. I'm sure the Picasso Museum's got plenty of sketchbooks by Picasso. This is I think this is a portrait. Is that, I don't know if that's Olga. Which of his mistresses is this? I can't remember. I think this is his first wife, the dancer. I could be wrong. But I love this painting. This is kind of one of my favorite eras of Picasso's. The kind of, like 1918, 1920-ish kind of, right after World War I. He goes into this kind of neoclassical period. That's my favorite period of Picasso's. I think it's his strongest period. It's kind of after Cubism. While everybody else on Earth is doing Cubism, Picasso, the co-inventor of Cubism, is like, no, I'm done. I've already said everything I want with that. I'm moving on. And that's what he creates, and I think those are really nice. I like these few paintings you included here of his, which are very simple, are also really nice. I kind of feel compelled to maybe do an episode where we try painting one of these. And so I also just, as we get close to moving on here, one of the things that I posted was potentially organizing all of the images from these feedback bonus episodes together so that you can see every image that every single one of us has painted of whatever, like, let's say, I have a painting around here. whatever painting it is, you can, let's say, image these photocopies, right? So let's say it's Franz Marc's painting. You could go into a folder and see every single image that every single person's painted of this same Franz Marc, including the original, including mine. So that's kind of one of my long-term goals, is to start organizing all these pictures into folders so that you can see it at any time at your convenience, the accumulated effort of the community, and also see how all of them sit side by side, and how different they all are and how similar they all are. So that's kind of one of my long-term plans there. And there was some great feedback on the Facebook group about doing that, so I wanted to share that. Richard included this: the creative adult is the child who has survived. Ursula Le Guin, the science fiction fantasy author, wrote that. I hadn't heard that quote before, but and like essentially what they're saying here is that for you to be a creative adult, to be able to be creative as an adult, the best parts of us, of ourselves when we're young, is that free-spirited, creative willingness to take risks and experiment, to not concerned about editing or judgment or perfection. And so that part of you has to survive, or you have to find it again as an adult in order to be creative. I mean, that's what I get out of it, and I agree. I think yeah, I agree. And then lastly, Richard also uploaded this. This is from the video game Warhammer, and this character, he posted this photograph like, does this remind you of anybody? Which I thought was pretty funny. I don't know. I honestly don't know who it could look like, but it's an interesting idea. So we'll have to keep our eyes out for any people that look like this. I think they're probably trouble, if you ask me. Anyone who looks like this kind of character, probably no good. Okay. So that brings us to the end of the episode, everyone. I just want one more quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when more of these episodes are taking place. I was hoping to do another painting today. I won't have time, so it might be a week before I'm back here doing another painting episode, although my daughter and I might film something tomorrow, but just probably won't be live. So until then, everyone, have a wonderful evening. Consider making a donation if you found anything here helpful or funny or education, whatever it might be. Again, the more people that are making art on this planet are helping to introduce creativity and productivity into our world, as opposed to destruction and violence. And now more than ever, we need people who are pushing positive energy out into the world. So every time you're making a drawing, every time you're sharing that painting with a friend or family, or you're going to an art gallery, or you're looking at art magazines, or commenting on things that you see that you think are beautiful online, talking about that with your friends, the more that starts to spread this beautiful idea out into the world, and more people pick up on that and feel confident to explore their own creative sides. And the more people have creative outlets for their thoughts and feelings, the more positive our world will ultimately become. And I think that utopia is really possible. It just takes kind of momentum to gather till we can get there. So thank you, everyone. We'll see you guys in our next episode. Until then, keep drawing, keep painting, and peace be with you, my friends. We'll see you again very soon. Have a great night.